Project Looking Glass, the machine that saw too much. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most disturbing classified programs ever whispered about in intelligence circles, I want to ask you something. If you're enjoying this documentary and want to support the channel, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across different time zones and countries. It's incredible to know some of you are listening as the sun rises, while others are drifting off to sleep. But only share if you're comfortable doing so. Now let me ask you a question that will haunt you long after this story ends. What if I told you that somewhere in the Nevada desert, buried beneath layers of classification and denial, the United States government built a machine that could see the future? Not predict it, not calculate probabilities, actually see it, like looking through a window into tomorrow. And what if I told you that the machine worked? But here's where it gets truly terrifying. What if the reason they shut it down wasn't because it failed, but because of what it showed them? What if every future they looked at, every possible timeline they explored, all converged into one single outcome? And what if the people who operated this machine were so horrified by what they saw that they spent the rest of their lives trying to warn us, only to disappear one by one? This is the story of Project Looking Glass, and before we're done tonight, you're going to question everything you think you know about free will, government secrecy, and whether the future is something that happens to us or something that's being carefully managed without our knowledge. The Man Who Saw Tomorrow. March 2003. The Mojave Desert stretches endlessly in every direction, a landscape so barren and hostile that the government has used it for decades to hide things they don't want the public to see. In a motel room just outside of Rachel, Nevada, a man named Michael Harrington sits alone with a Hi-8 camcorder, balanced on a stack of phone books. Michael Harrington is not a conspiracy theorist. He's not an attention-seeking fraud. He's a former Army intelligence officer with 18 years of service, multiple commendations, and a top-secret security clearance that took him into places most Americans don't even know exist. Tonight, his hands are shaking as he presses the record button. The footage is grainy, lit by a single desk lamp. Harrington looks like he hasn't slept in days. His eyes are sunken, his face drawn. He leans toward the camera and speaks in a low, urgent whisper. "My name is Michael James Harrington. If you're watching this, then something has happened to me. I need you to understand something. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. I have documentation. I have photographs. I have testimony from people who will never come forward publicly because they're too afraid." He pauses, glancing toward the window as if expecting someone. Project Looking Glass was real. It wasn't about remote viewing. It wasn't about predicting the future through statistical analysis or intelligence gathering. They built a machine, an actual device that allowed operators to view temporal possibility fields. They could see different versions of the future based on different decisions made in the present. Harrington's voice cracks slightly. But here's what they don't want anyone to know. They weren't trying to predict the future. They were trying to control which one we end up in. And when the machine started showing them something they couldn't control, something inevitable, they shut it down. They classified everyone involved. They threatened us. They made us disappear. He reaches off camera and holds up a manila envelope. "I'm mailing this to someone I trust, a journalist in Los Angeles. If I disappear, if I turn up dead in some convenient accident, she'll know what to do with it." The recording continues for 22 minutes. Harrington lays out names, dates, locations. He describes the device in technical detail. He explains the results of specific viewing sessions. And then, at the end, he says something that will haunt everyone who ever watches the tape. Every future past 2012 converges. Every single one. It doesn't matter what choices we make. It doesn't matter what actions we take. They all lead to the same place. And when the team realised that, when they understood that free will might be an illusion past a certain point, they were terrified. Because if the future is fixed, if everything is already decided, then what are we? The recording ends abruptly. 3 days later, Michael Harrington vanishes. His rental car is found abandoned on a desert highway. His motel room has been cleaned out. There's no body, no evidence of foul play, no leads. Local police treat it as a missing person case that goes cold within weeks. But the envelope reaches Los Angeles, and that's where our story really begins. Act 1. Origins in real history. To understand Project Looking Glass, you first need to understand that the United States government has been obsessed with psychic phenomena and consciousness research for more than half a century. This isn't speculation, it's documented fact. 1962, the height of the Cold War. The CIA is in a panic because intelligence reports suggest that the Soviet Union is investing millions of rubles into psychic espionage programs. The Americans can't afford to fall behind. If there's even a chance that the human mind can gather intelligence remotely, see through walls, read thoughts from a distance, they need to know about it. The CIA launches what will eventually become known as Project Stargate. Initially, it's a scattered collection of experiments testing whether certain individuals can perceive things beyond normal sensory range. The early results are mixed, but intriguing enough to keep the funding flowing. By 1973, the program has moved to the Stanford Research Institute in California. This is where things get serious. Scientists like Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ begin conducting rigorous experiments with subjects who claim to have psychic abilities. They use double-blind protocols, statistical analysis, rigorous controls, and the results, according to the declassified reports, are statistically significant. Remote viewers, as they're called, can apparently describe distant locations they've never seen. They can identify objects hidden in sealed containers. Some even claim to perceive events in the past or future, though these temporal experiments are considered less reliable and are buried in the classified annexes. 1981. The Defense Intelligence Agency takes over the program. The budget increases. The focus shifts from pure research to operational applications. Remote viewers are allegedly used to locate hostages, track Soviet submarines, even peer inside foreign military installations. But according to Michael Harrington's leaked materials, something else was happening in parallel. A splinter group within the program began exploring a troubling question. If consciousness can perceive distant locations in space, what about distant locations in time? The idea seems absurd on its surface. But quantum physics had already demonstrated that time might not work the way we intuitively understand it. Einstein proved that time is relative, that it can slow down or speed up depending on gravity and velocity. Quantum mechanics suggested that particles could be entangled across space and potentially across time, and certain interpretations of quantum theory implied that the future might not be a single fixed point, but rather a field of possibilities that only collapses into reality when observed. What if the human mind, operating at some quantum level we don't fully understand, could observe those possibilities before they collapsed? The researchers started calling these experiments temporal remote viewing. The results were inconsistent, contradictory, impossible to verify. But there were enough hits, enough inexplicable successes, that a small group of scientists became convinced they were onto something real. One name appears repeatedly in Harrington's notes: Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, the sixth human to walk on the moon. Mitchell was also a serious researcher into consciousness and quantum physics. After retiring from NASA, he founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences to study the intersection of science and human consciousness. Mitchell visited Stanford Research Institute multiple times in the 1980s. He met with the remote viewing team, and according to Harrington's documentation, Mitchell was particularly interested in temporal perception. He believed, based on his own experiences in space and his study of quantum mechanics, that consciousness might exist outside normal space-time constraints. Mitchell reportedly told the research team something that would shape the next phase of the program. He said consciousness might not be limited by the speed of light or the arrow of time. If that were true, If the mind could genuinely access information from the future, then the question wasn't whether it was possible. The question was how to amplify and focus that ability. That's when the machine enters the story. The first prototype. 1991. The Cold War has ended. The Soviet Union is collapsing. You'd think programs like Stargate would be shut down, defunded, forgotten. Instead, certain elements of the intelligence community see an opportunity. With the Soviet threat diminishing, funding is being redirected toward technological superiority and what military planners call full-spectrum dominance. This means not just winning current battles, but anticipating future conflicts before they emerge. And if there's any chance that a device could actually perceive future events, the strategic value would be incalculable. A classified facility near Papoose Lake, Nevada, becomes the center of a new research initiative. This area is already steeped in secrecy. It's the same region associated with Area 51, Groom Lake, and decades of classified aerospace development. The infrastructure for secrecy is already in place. The location is perfect. According to Harrington's materials, a team of scientists and engineers assembled from multiple black-budget programs begins working on what they internally call the Looking Glass platform. The device combines several cutting-edge technologies that, individually, are documented and real. First, the remote viewing protocols developed at Stanford Research Institute. These are the techniques that trained operators use to enter altered states of consciousness and perceive distant information. They're well documented in declassified CIA materials. Second, laser interferometry from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. This is real technology used to detect incredibly subtle changes in space-time, the same basic principle behind gravitational wave detectors. Lawrence Livermore had been researching advanced laser applications for decades, much of it classified. Third, early quantum computer prototypes funded under DARPA's Quantum Information Science program. This is also documented reality. DARPA was investing in quantum computing research throughout the 1990s, exploring how quantum states could be manipulated and measured. The Looking Glass platform allegedly integrated these elements into a single system. The quantum computing components created what the team called coherence fields, stabilized quantum states that could be manipulated by a trained operator. The laser interferometry measured minute fluctuations in these fields, and the remote viewing protocols trained the operator to focus their consciousness in specific ways while interfacing with the system. The theory, as Harrington understood it, went something like this. The future exists as a probability wave, multiple potential outcomes existing simultaneously in a quantum superposition. A trained operator, using the machine to amplify their natural perceptual abilities, could observe these probability waves before they collapsed into concrete reality. They could see the different possible futures branching out from the present moment. The first successful test allegedly occurred in December 1991. An operator sat in the device's chamber, a magnetically shielded room lined with sensors and equipment. They were given a target, a specific question about a future event. According to the session logs that Harrington leaked, the operator described seeing multiple overlapping images, different versions of the same event playing out in slightly different ways. The descriptions were fragmentary, often symbolic rather than literal. But when compared against actual events that occurred later, the correlation was significantly above chance. The team was electrified. They ran more sessions, refined the protocols, adjusted the equipment, and the results became more consistent, more detailed, more troubling, because they weren't just seeing the future, they were seeing multiple futures, and the implications of that were staggering. Ached 2, the team splits 1999. The Looking Glass project has been running for 8 years. The team has conducted hundreds of viewing sessions. They've developed extensive protocols, they've recorded detailed data, and they've arrived at a terrifying conclusion. The device works, but nobody can agree on what it's actually doing. The team splits into two factions. and the division threatens to tear the entire project apart. The first faction believes the machine is genuinely perceiving multiple branching timelines, a real manifestation of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. In this view, every decision point creates a branching of reality into multiple parallel timelines, and the looking glass allows operators to perceive these branches before they fully separate. The future isn't fixed, it's a garden of forking paths, and different choices lead to genuinely different outcomes. The second faction has a darker interpretation. They believe the machine is only showing them the future we're being steered toward. In this view, there's only one actual timeline, one future that's going to happen, and the appearance of multiple possibilities is an illusion created by incomplete information. The machine, in their interpretation, is revealing the inevitable outcome of forces already in motion. Free will is an illusion. The future is already written. The debate becomes heated, philosophical, almost religious in its intensity. Because at stake isn't just the interpretation of experimental data. At stake is the fundamental nature of reality and human agency. The government nickname for the device, looking glass, takes on an ironic weight. Are they looking through the glass at real alternate futures? Or are they just looking at a mirror, seeing reflections of the present projected forward? This is when Hal Puthoff re-enters the story. Puthoff had moved on from the Stanford Research Institute and was working on advanced physics concepts, including zero-point energy and the quantum vacuum. He maintained security clearances and consulted for various classified programs. In 1999, Puthoff visits the Nevada facility at the invitation of the project director. He spends 3 days reviewing their data, observing sessions, examining the equipment, and at the end of his visit he delivers a warning that will haunt the team. He tells them the problem isn't seeing the future, the problem is the observer effect. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation affects what's being observed. You can't measure a quantum system without changing it. And if the future exists as a quantum probability field, then the act of observing it might be collapsing those probabilities in specific ways. In other words, by looking at the future, they might be creating it. Puthoff warns them that they could be trapped in a causal loop. If they see a future event and then make decisions based on that observation, they might be causing the very future they observed. The machine might not be predicting inevitability, it might be creating it. The implications are paralyzing. If he's right, then the more they use the device, the more they are eliminating alternate possibilities and steering reality toward whatever outcomes they happen to observe. They're not passive viewers of time, they're active participants in shaping it, and they have no idea what they're actually creating. September 2001. The team continues operating despite the philosophical uncertainties. The intelligence value is too high to shut down. The Department of Defense wants answers. They want to know about future conflicts, terrorist threats, geopolitical shifts. The pressure to produce actionable intelligence is immense. In the summer of 2001, multiple viewing sessions begin producing similar images. The descriptions are fragmentary, symbolic, often contradictory in details. But several operators independently describe the same general elements. A major event in a large American city, fire, collapse, smoke, mass casualties, early September timeframe. The reports are forwarded up the chain of command, but they're also vague enough to be almost useless. Which city? What kind of event? Natural disaster? Terrorist attack? Industrial accident? The images don't provide enough specificity to take preventative action. And then September 11th happens. The immediate aftermath within the Looking Glass team is devastating. They saw something. Multiple operators perceived elements of the attack. But the information was too fragmentary, too symbolic, too unreliable to prevent it. Or was it? Some team members begin asking a more disturbing question. What if they didn't just fail to prevent the attack? What if the act of viewing the future event somehow made it more likely to occur? What if their observations collapsed the probability wave toward that specific outcome? This is when Harrington claims the team became genuinely afraid of their own work. They started questioning whether they were intelligence gatherers or unwitting architects of catastrophe. The philosophical debate that had seemed abstract before suddenly felt very real and very dangerous. But there's something else in Harrington's notes, something even more disturbing. He claims the looking glass sessions before September 11th showed something the team couldn't fully understand. They saw the event as unavoidable. No matter how they framed the question, no matter which operator ran the session, every viewing showed the attack occurring. Not multiple possibilities, one outcome, inevitable. This was new. Previous sessions had always shown branching possibilities, different potential outcomes based on different choices. But the September 11th sessions showed no branches, just one timeline, one future. It was as if reality itself had funneled down to a single point, and nothing could prevent what was coming. The question that haunted the team afterward was simple and terrible. Why? Why did that event have no alternate timelines? Why was it inevitable? And more importantly, were there other inevitable events in the future? Other points where all timelines converged into a single outcome? They were about to find out. Act 3. The Convergence. March 2003. The United States invades Iraq. The official justification involves weapons of mass destruction that will later prove not to exist. The intelligence community is under enormous pressure to support the administration's policy decisions. According to Harrington's leaked materials, the Pentagon accelerates looking glass viewing sessions during this period. They want to know about the occupation, about insurgency potential, about regional stability, about the long-term geopolitical consequences of the invasion. The team runs session after session. Different operators, different target questions, different methodological approaches, and something unprecedented begins happening. The machine starts returning the same output over and over, not similar outputs, the exact same imagery, the same symbolic elements, the same temporal markers. No matter how they frame the questions, no matter which operator is running the session, they keep seeing the same thing. Every future past 2012 converges into one outcome. The viewing session showed branching possibilities for events in the near term, different potential outcomes for the occupation, different scenarios for regional conflict, different possibilities for American domestic politics. But past a certain temporal horizon, all the branches merge. Every possible timeline, every different set of choices, every alternate decision tree, they all lead to the same place. The team is baffled, terrified. They run diagnostic tests on the equipment. They suspect malfunction. They bring in outside engineers to examine the quantum computing components. Everything checks out. The system is functioning normally, which means the convergence is real. Harrington's journal entries from this period reflect growing panic within the team. He writes about heated arguments between the scientists. Some believe the convergence represents a limitation of the technology, that they're simply reaching the edge of what the device can perceive. Others believe it's real, that the future genuinely locks into a single timeline at some point. And if it's real, what does it mean? One physicist on the team proposes a theory. She suggests that the convergence might represent a critical event, a moment so significant, with such far-reaching consequences, that it eliminates all other possibilities. Like a boulder dropped into a stream, forcing all the water to flow around it in a specific way. But if that's true, what is the event? The viewing sessions can perceive the convergence point, but they can't see past it. It's like a wall in time, a horizon beyond which the machine cannot penetrate. Is it a catastrophic event? Nuclear war? Environmental collapse? Economic implosion? Or is it something else entirely? A technological singularity? First contact? A breakthrough that fundamentally changes the nature of human civilization? The team doesn't know, and the uncertainty is maddening. There's another possibility that Harrington mentions in his notes, one that the team finds even more disturbing. What if the convergence isn't about a specific event at all? What if it represents the point at which human free will effectively ends? The moment when the accumulated weight of all previous decisions, all previous choices, all previous actions becomes so great that only one outcome remains possible. If that's true, then the looking glass isn't showing them the future being controlled by some external force. It's showing them the future being controlled by us, by the inevitable consequences of our collective choices, by a trap we're building for ourselves without even realising it. The shutdown, late 2003. The decision comes down from somewhere high in the chain of command. Project Looking Glass is being terminated. The equipment is to be dismantled. The data is to be archived under the highest classification levels. The personnel are to be reassigned and subjected to new non-disclosure agreements. The official explanation, according to Harrington, is that the program has failed to produce actionable intelligence. The viewing sessions are too unreliable, too symbolic, too subject to interpretation. The cost cannot be justified. But Harrington and others on the team believe the real reason is the convergence. The people making decisions at the highest levels are terrified by what the machine is showing. A future that cannot be changed, a timeline that cannot be avoided, an outcome that renders all their planning and manipulation meaningless. If the future is fixed, if everything converges to a single point regardless of what actions they take, then what's the point of intelligence gathering? What's the point of strategic planning? What's the point of anything? Several team members resign before they can be reassigned. A few speak quietly to their colleagues about going public. Most are too afraid of the consequences. The classification levels on the project are extreme. The penalties for disclosure could include decades in federal prison. Michael Harrington is one of the few who decides the public has a right to know. He begins secretly copying documents. He photographs the equipment before it's dismantled. He records conversations with other team members who share his concerns. And he starts preparing his insurance policy. The tape, the envelope, the journalist in Los Angeles. In March 2003, shortly after recording his confession, Harrington vanishes. His disappearance is convenient for some, tragic for others, and terrifying for the remaining team members who know what he was planning to do. But the envelope has already been mailed. The evidence is already in motion. And the story is about to enter a new phase. Act 4. The Journalist. Erin Malone is an investigative journalist at the Los Angeles Times. She's 34 years old, ambitious, respected by her colleagues for her meticulous research and unwillingness to run stories that aren't airtight. She's broken stories about police corruption, corporate fraud, environmental violations. She's good at her job. In early April 2004, a package arrives at her office. There's no return address. The postmark is from Nevada. Inside is a high-8 videotape, several dozen pages of handwritten notes, photographs of equipment she doesn't recognise, and what appear to be classified documents with heavy redactions. She watches the tape. Michael Harrington's confession. 22 minutes of the most extraordinary claims she's ever heard. And her first instinct, her journalistic instinct, is deep skepticism. This has to be a hoax. It has to be. Time-viewing machines, government conspiracies, converging timelines. It sounds like bad science fiction. But then she starts researching the verifiable elements. Michael Harrington is real. He was Army intelligence. His service record checks out. He did have high-level security clearances, and he's been missing since March 2003, exactly when he said something might happen to him. She researches Project Stargate. That's real too. Declassified in the mid-90s. The CIA really did spend 20 years researching psychic phenomena. The Stanford Research Institute really did conduct remote viewing experiments. Hal Puthoff is real. Edgar Mitchell is real. The names and programs Harrington mentions have actual historical anchors. This isn't coming from nowhere. Malone spends 6 months investigating. She tracks down former Stargate personnel. Most refuse to talk to her. A few confirm that there were temporal experiments, but claim they never produced reliable results. No one will confirm the Looking Glass device specifically. She files Freedom of Information Act requests. She gets back heavily redacted documents that neither confirm nor deny anything useful. She contacts the Department of Defense. They tell her they cannot comment on classified programs. She writes up her findings. She presents the story to her editor, and her editor kills it immediately. The reasoning is simple. She has a tape from a missing person making extraordinary claims. She has documents that could be forgeries. She has photographs of equipment that could be anything. She has no corroborating sources willing to go on the record. She has no way to verify the central claims. If they publish this and it turns out to be false, the paper's credibility is destroyed. If they publish this and it turns out to be true but unprovable, they'll be dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Either way, it's a losing proposition, Malone argues. She pushes back. She insists the story is important even if they can't verify everything, that the decision is final. 2 weeks later, she quits the Los Angeles Times. She cashes out her retirement account, and she decides to pursue this independently, because whatever the truth is, someone needs to find it. The pattern, 2004 through 2016. Erin Malone becomes obsessed. She tracks down every person who might have been connected to Project Looking Glass. She follows every lead, no matter how tenuous. She builds a timeline of events that might be connected. And slowly, a pattern begins to emerge. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN activates in 2008, the world's most powerful particle accelerator, capable of probing the fundamental structure of space-time. Malone finds references in physics journals to experiments involving quantum entanglement and retrocausality, the idea that quantum effects might propagate backward in time. The National Security Agency massively expands its surveillance capabilities under programs like Stellar Wind. Malone wonders if there's a connection. If you could see the future, wouldn't the next logical step be trying to control the present to steer toward specific outcomes? And wouldn't that require total information awareness, the ability to track and influence everyone? The 2008 financial crash. Malone interviews economists who describe the crisis as almost inevitable, the result of systemic forces that had been building for years. She wonders about convergence, about timelines narrowing, about outcomes that become unavoidable. The 2013 Snowden leaks reveal the extent of NSA surveillance. Malone sees the confirmation of what she suspected. The intelligence community has access to nearly everything: communications, financial transactions, travel patterns, social connections. If you wanted to manage the future, this is the infrastructure you'd need. The rise of predictive policing algorithms throughout the 2010s, software that claims to predict where crimes will occur before they happen. Malone sees echoes of Looking Glass. Not psychic prediction, but algorithmic prediction. A different method toward the same end. DARPA funding bursts in quantum computing between 2010 and 2013. Public programs receiving hundreds of millions in funding. Malone wonders what the classified budget looks like. What are they building that we don't know about? She finds 3 separate former contractors over the years. Each worked on different classified programs. None will confirm Project Looking Glass specifically, but each, independently, describes the same philosophy that seems to permeate certain black-budget programs. The future isn't predicted anymore, it's managed. One of them, a retired engineer who worked at Sandia National Laboratories, tells her something chilling over drinks in a bar in Albuquerque. He says the intelligence community has moved beyond trying to see the future. They're trying to create it. Every surveillance program, every data collection initiative, every predictive algorithm, it's all part of a larger architecture designed to eliminate uncertainty. If you have enough data, if you have enough computing power, if you have enough control over information and communication, you can effectively collapse the future into a limited set of outcomes. You can engineer convergence. Maybe Project Looking Glass was shut down not because it failed, but because they found a better method. Not a machine that lets you see the future, but a system that lets you build it. Act 5. The Discovery. 2017. something changes. Erin Malone has been pursuing this story for 13 years. She's spent her savings. She's lost relationships. She's developed a reputation among mainstream journalists as someone who went off the deep end chasing ghosts. But she's never stopped believing that Michael Harrington was telling the truth. Then, in late 2017, the CIA releases a massive tranche of declassified documents as part of the CREST database project. Millions of pages of previously classified material from the 50s through the early 2000s made available to researchers and the public. Malone spends weeks combing through the files. Most are mundane. Intelligence assessments, memos, reports. But buried among unrelated material, she finds something that makes her hands shake. A partially redacted reference to something called QGS, Quantum Guidance System, Nevada Test Range, dated 1998. The author is listed as a Department of Energy physicist, name redacted. The document is only 3 pages, most of it is blacked out, but what remains describes equipment specifications for a device that matches elements of what Harrington described: laser interferometry, quantum coherence fields, shielded chamber, trained operator interface. The program name is different, but the description is too close to be coincidental. This is the first piece of documentary evidence from an official government source that corroborates Harrington's claims. It's not proof of everything he said, but it's proof he didn't make the whole thing up. Malone tries to follow the trail. She files new FOIA requests referencing the QGS program specifically. She gets back nothing useful, just the same non-denial denials. But she knows now that she's onto something real. The machine turns back on 2019. The Pentagon launches the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. The public explanation is that it's designed to coordinate military artificial intelligence programs and accelerate adoption of AI technology across the Department of Defense. Malone's anonymous sources tell her something different. They say the AI Center is being fed historical data from legacy programs, including, possibly, looking glass session logs. Think about it. If you have years of data from future viewing experiments, successful or not, you could train neural networks to look for patterns. You could use machine learning to refine predictive capabilities. You could merge psychic research with algorithmic analysis and create something entirely new. 2020. The United States Space Force is officially established. Among its responsibilities is something called space domain awareness. The public explanation involves tracking satellites and space debris. But Malone finds references in military journals to quantum sensing technologies, advanced detection systems, possible applications for temporal anomaly detection. She starts receiving encrypted messages from a new source, someone who claims to have current knowledge of classified programs. The source is careful, paranoid, probably breaking multiple laws by communicating with her. They tell her the device was reactivated. Not the original looking glass hardware, but a next-generation system incorporating quantum computing advances from the past 2 decades. It's housed in a new facility, location unknown, probably underground. But the new system isn't showing branching futures anymore. According to the source, every session returns the same result. One timeline, one outcome, and nothing past a certain point. The convergence that terrified the original team hasn't changed. If anything, it's clearer now, more defined, closer. Whatever the convergence point is, we're approaching it, and there's nothing anyone can do to change it. Act 6. The Final Revelation, 2021. Erin Malone has been chasing this story for 17 years. She's followed every lead. She's accumulated boxes of documentation. She's interviewed dozens of people. And she's exhausted. She's also running out of money. The independent journalism outlets that might have supported her work in the past are struggling themselves. The information ecosystem is fragmented, polluted with misinformation, hostile to complex investigative work that can't be summarized in a headline. She decides to make one more attempt. She's going to find someone from the original Looking Glass team willing to talk on the record. regardless of the consequences. It takes her 6 months, but she finally locates Charles Dunning, retired engineer from Sandia National Laboratories, 78 years old, living in a modest house in Tucson, Arizona. He worked on the quantum computing components of the original looking glass device in the early 90s. He agrees to meet with her. Not because he's not afraid anymore, but because he's dying. Pancreatic cancer. 6 months, maybe less. The government can't do anything to him that the disease won't do first. They sit in his backyard. The desert stretches out behind his property. The sun is setting. Malone has a recorder running. And Dunning tells her everything. Yes, the machine was real. Yes, it worked, at least in the sense that it produced results significantly above chance correlation. Yes, the convergence was real. Every timeline narrowed past 2012 to a single outcome. But here's what the team eventually realised, what they could never prove but came to believe through years of observation and analysis. The device didn't show the actual future. It showed what the collective human unconscious expected the future to be, Dunning explains. Quantum mechanics tells us that observation collapses possibility into reality. But what if collective human consciousness, billions of minds all expecting certain outcomes, functioned as a kind of ongoing observation? What if our expectations, our fears, our assumptions about the future were actually constraining what futures were possible? The looking glass didn't break the laws of physics. It tapped into something real, a field of consciousness-influenced probability that exists at the quantum level. But what it showed wasn't destiny. It was collective expectation, and as global fear increased, as division deepened, as people became more and more certain that catastrophe was inevitable, the branching possibilities collapsed. Not because the future was predetermined by some external force, but because humanity had mentally locked itself into expecting only one outcome. The device mirrored humanity's mindset. When we believed in multiple possible futures, it showed us multiple possible futures. When we stopped believing in alternatives, when we became convinced that only one dark future awaited us, that's all the machine could show. Dunning looks at Malone with tears in his eyes. We didn't break time. We broke our ability to imagine alternatives. The convergence point isn't an event. It's a mindset. It's the moment when enough of humanity stops believing that change is possible, that different choices lead to different outcomes, that the future is something we create rather than something that happens to us. And once you reach that point, once collective will collapses into collective resignation, the future does become fixed. Not because of physics, because of psychology. He tells her the team tried to warn people. That's why some of them resigned. Why some of them spoke to journalists off the record. Why Michael Harrington made his tape. They realised they weren't looking at an inevitable future. They were looking at what we were creating through our own expectations. But nobody listened. The warning was too subtle, too philosophical, too easy to dismiss. Malone asks him what she should do with this information. How does she tell people that they have more power than they realise, that the future isn't fixed, that consciousness matters? Dunning shrugs. You tell them the truth, and you hope it reaches someone who can still hear it. The Real Looking Glass was us 2021. Erin Malone publishes her findings through an independent media outlet. It's a comprehensive article, 17 years of research distilled into a long-form piece that lays out everything she's learned. She includes Harrington's tape, she includes her interviews, she includes the documentation she's gathered. The article is released on a Tuesday morning. Within hours it's flooded with bot comments, conspiracy theorist garbage, schizophrenic rambling, fake news, the usual dismissals. The algorithms don't promote it, the social media platforms don't amplify it. It exists in the information ecosystem for a few days and then effectively disappears, buried under the constant flow of new content. A few thousand people read it. A few dozen take it seriously. Most dismiss it as exactly what the mainstream journalists predicted years ago. Unprovable conspiracy theory, waste of time. Malone uploads Michael Harrington's full confession tape to multiple platforms. Some take it down for violating terms of service, others leave it up but demonetize it, ensure it doesn't appear in recommendations, bury it in search results. The tape exists, the article exists, the evidence exists, but it might as well not exist for all the impact it has. 6 months later, Charles Dunning passes away. His obituary in the local paper mentions his work at Sandia, but says nothing about classified programs or consciousness research. Erin Malone continues her work, but she's increasingly aware that the battle isn't just about uncovering truth. It's about whether truth even matters in an information environment designed to bury anything that doesn't fit pre-existing narratives. The last scene of our story returns to Michael Harrington's tape. The final moments that Malone didn't include in her initial reporting, because she thought they were too cryptic, too philosophical, too likely to undermine the credibility of everything else. Harrington sits in that motel room, the camera still recording. He's finished explaining the technical details. He's finished describing the convergence. He's finished warning about what's coming. And then he leans close to the camera and whispers, "Every civilization comes to a moment when it faces itself, when it has to decide what kind of future it wants to create. And the choice isn't made through grand declarations or official policies. It's made through a million small decisions, through what we expect, what we accept, what we're willing to imagine. When our civilization faced that moment, when we stood before the looking glass and saw what we were creating through our own fears and resignation, we made a choice. We turned the mirror off. We decided not to look, not to question, not to imagine anything different. And maybe that's the real conspiracy, not a government program to control the future, but a collective choice to stop believing we have the power to shape it." The tape ends, the screen goes black, and somewhere in the Nevada desert, in a facility that might not exist, a machine that might still be running shows the same thing it's shown for years. One timeline, one outcome, one future we're all creating together, whether we realise it or not. Part 5, the protocol. The helicopter that arrived wasn't military, not officially. It was a CH-47 Chinook painted flat black. No markings except that same triangle insignia Cole had seen on the colonel's uniform. When it landed outside the cave entrance, the men who emerged wore unmarked fatigues and moved with the precision of special operations, but wouldn't respond to questions about their unit. Their commander was a woman in her 40s, grey-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses even though they were underground. She looked at the creature's body the way a jeweller might examine a diamond, professional, clinical, already calculating value. "Captain Cole," she said, not offering her hand, "I'm taking custody of this site. Your team will return to Bagram immediately." "Like hell," Cole said. "2 of my men died here. I want answers, and you'll get them, after you sign the appropriate documentation." She gestured, and one of her men produced a tablet with a digital form already loaded. Title 50 authorization. Means everything you saw here falls under Covert Operations Statute. Violation carries 20 years minimum. Cole read the form. It was comprehensive, threatening, and entirely legal. He signed. "What is it?" he asked, as the woman's team began setting up equipment around the creature. Sensors, cameras, and what looked like a portable biohazard containment unit. "Classified," she said, then perhaps taking pity on his expression. "What you need to know is that it's not the first one we've found, and it probably won't be the last. Others have found these. Others have found many things in these mountains, Captain. Things that predate Islam, Christianity, even Bronze Age civilization. Things that suggest human history is more complicated than anyone wants to admit." She nodded toward the creature. "We call this one biological entity 147, BE-147 for short." "It's human?" Reese asked, unable to help herself. The woman's smile was thin. "It's humanoid. The tissue analysis will tell us more." She looked at Cole. "Your helicopter is waiting." As they loaded the creature into a metal container the size of a shipping crate, it took 8 men and a portable crane. Cole noticed something that made his skin crawl. The creature's chest, where Webb's .50 caliber rounds had punched through, was already showing signs of Something. Not healing exactly, but the tissue around the wounds had a silvery sheen, like metal threads woven through the flesh. "What is that?" he asked. The woman followed his gaze. "That, Captain, is why this operation exists." She closed the container and Cole heard locks engaging with heavy mechanical finality. "Now get your team out of here. The less you remember about today, the better you'll sleep." Part 6. The Silence. The after-action report took 4 hours to write and was immediately classified at a level Cole didn't have clearance to read. His own report, his own mission. Within a week he was reassigned. Not to another forward operating base, not to another unit in Afghanistan. Stateside, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A desk job reviewing logistics requests. Webb called 2 weeks later, drunk. "They split us up, man. Everyone. Reese is in Germany, Patterson's in South Korea. They scattered us across the whole damn military." "Smart," Cole said, staring at his apartment ceiling at 2 a.m. "Harder to compare notes if we're in different time zones." "You think they'll—" Webb didn't finish the question. "I don't know," Cole lied. 3 months later, Patterson died in a training accident. Vehicle rollover during a convoy exercise. The official report said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. 2 months after that, Reese had a heart attack. 29 years old, perfect health, just collapsed during a morning run. The medics said it was a congenital defect nobody had caught. Webb called Cole, crying. "This isn't coincidence." "Don't," Cole said, looking at his phone knowing it was probably monitored. "Don't say anything else." But a week later, Webb was dead too. Single car accident on a mountain road near his home in Colorado. No witnesses, no skid marks, just Webb's truck at the bottom of a ravine, burned to the frame. Cole put in his retirement papers that day. Part 7. The Signal. Montana was quiet. That's why Cole chose it. A cabin outside of Whitefish, no neighbours within 5 miles. Satellite internet that he could turn off whenever he wanted. He grew a beard, stopped checking the news, learned to forget what he'd seen in those caves. Almost. The email came on a Tuesday 3 years after Afghanistan. The sender was an automated system with a .mil domain that probably didn't exist anymore. No subject line, just coordinates. 36.191 north, 42.233 east. Cole didn't need to look them up. He'd spent enough time reading maps to know that was northern Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, the region where the old texts spoke of giants and Nephilim and things that walked the earth before the flood. The email had 1 line of text. They found another one. He should have deleted it. Should have thrown his laptop in the river and never looked back. Instead, he spent the next 6 hours researching those coordinates. Found news reports about an archaeological dig near ancient Nineveh. Found references to unusual findings that were immediately classified by the Iraqi government under pressure from American military advisors. Found a grainy photo on a fringe website showing what looked like a cave entrance, 20 feet wide, surrounded by armed soldiers. That night his power went out. Cole had lived off-grid before, knew the difference between a normal outage and something else. He grabbed his rifle, old habits, and moved to the window. The stars were out, bright and clear. But above his cabin, barely visible against the night sky, was a drone. He'd seen enough of them in Afghanistan to recognise the shape. Predator class, probably. No lights, just a dark shape circling slowly, precisely, like a vulture. Cole grabbed his emergency pack, his cash, and the external hard drive where he'd backed up every file from Afghanistan he could access. Then he ran. He made it 2 miles into the woods before he heard the sound. Not an explosion, more like thunder, but wrong. Artificial, focused. When he looked back, his cabin was burning. Not like a structure fire, like something hit it with directed energy, white hot and concentrated. He kept running. Part 8. The Revelation. Cole knew how to disappear. Spent 2 years moving between small towns using cash, avoiding cameras. He'd seen enough action movies to know how cliché it was, but the clichés existed for a reason. Eventually he ended up in northern Canada working at a fishing lodge under a name that wasn't his. The hard drive haunted him. He'd plugged it in once in an internet cafe in Montana before he fled, and found files he didn't remember downloading. Classified documents, memos, email chains between Pentagon officials and private contractors. One memo made his hands shake. Subject: BE-147 Status Report. Classification: Omega. Specimen retrieved from Kandahar site remains in containment at Site 19. Tissue analysis confirms non-terrestrial metal compounds integrated at cellular level. Subject displays accelerated regeneration. Wounds sustained during capture have completely healed within 96 hours. Neural activity scans suggest consciousness levels consistent with human cognition. Subject has made attempts to communicate, though language is unknown. Linguistic analysis ongoing. Recommendation: continue sedation protocols, increase containment measures. Project continuation approved under Black Eagle expansion. Note: DNA analysis reveals 94% genetic similarity to Homo sapiens. The remaining 6% contains sequences not found in any terrestrial genome database. The implications are clear. BE-147 represents either an unknown branch of human evolution or evidence of genetic modification far beyond current technological capability. Cole closed the laptop, sat in the cafe's bathroom stall and tried not to vomit. They hadn't killed it. The creature was alive, and worse, it was smart enough to try to communicate. Part 9. The Leak. The video appeared on a military forum 3 years later. Cole found it by accident, searching for news about former members of his unit, a habit he couldn't break despite knowing it was dangerous. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance with a handheld camera. It showed a floodlit area at night surrounded by military vehicles. In the centre, being loaded into a CH-47 Chinook by a portable crane, was a shipping container identical to the one they'd used for BE-147. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The container was shaking, not vibrating from the crane, shaking. Something inside was moving, and whatever it was had enough strength to make 5 tons of reinforced metal rock on its chains. The video quality was poor, but Cole could hear voices over the helicopter noise. Sedation isn't holding. Double the dose. We need... Neural activity is off the charts. It's like it's... The video cut off. Cole watched it 17 times before the post was deleted. 20 minutes later, the entire thread disappeared. By morning, the forum itself was offline, replaced by a government seizure notice. He knew he should stop digging, knew that whoever was monitoring for leaks about BE-147 had just gotten a fresh list of IP addresses to investigate. But he couldn't stop thinking about that shaking container, about the thing inside, sedated but not unconscious, aware but trapped. He thought about the carvings in the cave, those humanoid figures standing over prostrate humans. What if it wasn't conquest they were depicting? What if it was something else? What if it was history? Part 10. The Awakening. The final document Cole found was dated 6 months ago, leaked on an encrypted message board by someone claiming to be a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Urgent. B-147 containment breach alert. At 0347 hours, subject BE-147 achieved full consciousness despite maximum sedation protocols. Subject demonstrated previously unobserved capabilities dash electromagnetic field generation sufficient to disable monitoring equipment dash verbal communication in what appears to be Proto-Sumerian dialect dash recognition of research personnel by name despite no prior verbal interaction. Translation of subject's repeated statement. The others are waking. Containment was restored after 27 minutes. 3 personnel injured, none critically. Sedation increased to lethal levels for human subject. B-147 remains conscious. Recommendation: terminate subject immediately. Risk assessment indicates catastrophic security implications. Update. Termination request denied by Oversight Committee. Project continuation approved. Subject transferred to secondary facility. Location classified. Recommend increased monitoring of global archaeological sites, particularly Nineveh, Iraq, Baalbek, Lebanon, Cusco, Peru, various Siberian cave systems. All sites share characteristics with original Kandahar location. Cole sat in his borrowed cabin in northern Canada, staring at his laptop screen as snow fell outside. The implications were staggering. Multiple sites, multiple entities, a global pattern that suggested these creatures weren't anomalies. They were remnants of something much larger. And they were waking up. His satellite phone buzzed. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. "Captain Cole," said a woman's voice, calm, professional, familiar. "You've been reading things you shouldn't." The woman from Afghanistan. The one with the triangle insignia. "I thought you'd come for me eventually," Cole said. "We've been watching you for years, Captain." The question was whether you'd stay quiet or become a problem. A pause. "You've become a problem." Cole looked out the window. No drones yet, but they'd be coming. "What are they?" "That's classified." "I'll be dead in an hour anyway." "What difference does it make?" Another pause, longer this time, then, "Honestly, we don't know. The DNA suggests they're related to us, but the timeline doesn't work. They predate modern humans by thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. Every major ancient civilization has stories about giants, and we keep finding evidence that those stories were true. What does it want? BE147 ? To go home, probably. To find its kind. To wake them up." The woman's voice dropped. "The world's not ready for that conversation, Captain. Imagine the chaos. Every religious text, every origin story, every assumption about human history, all of it questioned. Wars have started over less. So you keep it locked up? Keep them all locked up?" "We keep humanity safe," she said, and there was steel in her voice now. "These things are strong enough to tear through reinforced steel. Fast enough to dodge bullets. Smart enough to speak languages dead for millennia. And there might be dozens of them, Captain. Maybe hundreds, buried in caves around the world, waiting." "Waiting for what?" "That's what terrifies us," she said. "We don't know." There was a long silence, then the woman said something unexpected. "Captain Cole, I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm calling because we need your help." Cole's hand tightened on the phone. "What?" "B147 escaped containment 6 hours ago. We lost 23 personnel in the breach. It's heading north, toward the archaeological sites in Siberia. We believe it's trying to reach others of its kind." Her voice was tense now, controlled panic barely restrained. "You're the only person who's faced one of these things and survived. We need you to help us find it before it reaches those caves. You want me to help you cage something that might be more human than we are?" "I want you to help prevent a catastrophe," she snapped. "Whatever these things are, they're not peaceful. You saw what it did to your team. Now imagine a dozen of them, coordinating, using weapons we don't understand. This isn't about covering up secrets anymore, Captain. It's about survival." Cole looked at the hard drive on his desk, at the evidence he'd spent years collecting. Then he looked out the window at the peaceful Canadian wilderness, knowing that peace was an illusion. "Where do I meet you?" he asked. Part 11. The Hunt. The operations centre was in a nondescript building outside of Anchorage, Alaska, close enough to the Siberian sites to respond quickly, far enough from civilization to maintain secrecy. When Cole arrived, escorted by 2 silent operatives, he found himself in a room full of screens, showing satellite feeds, thermal imaging, and seismic data. The woman from Afghanistan was there, looking older than she had 3 years ago, tired. "Captain Cole, thank you for coming." "Don't thank me yet," Cole said. "I haven't agreed to anything except listening." She gestured to the screens. 48 hours ago, BE147 breached containment at Site 19. It killed 23 people and disabled our entire security grid in under 10 minutes. By the time we got backup power online, it was gone. One screen showed security footage, grainy, strobing with electrical interference, but clear enough. The creature, massive and terrifying, moving through corridors with purpose, not raging, not panicking. It knew exactly where it was going. "It's heading north," the woman continued. "We've been tracking it via satellite thermal imaging. It moves at night, stays underground during the day. 3 days ago it crossed into Russia near the Bering Strait. Russia knows about this? Cole asked. We've shared limited information. They're cooperating, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. They think it's a biological weapon. She pulled up a map dotted with red markers. These are the sites we believe contain others like BE-147, ancient cave systems, all showing similar characteristics, unusual thermal signatures, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records of giants or gods. Cole studied the map. You think it's going to free them? We know it is. 2 days ago, it reached a cave system in eastern Siberia. By the time our response team arrived, the entrance had been opened from inside. We found evidence of a second entity. Tracks, tool marks, signs of communication. Communication? The woman nodded grimly. Carvings on the walls. Fresh carvings. The same Proto-Sumerian script we found in Afghanistan. Translated, it says, "The time of silence ends. We reclaim what was stolen." Cole felt that old familiar cold in his gut. How many sites are there? Confirmed? 17. Suspected? Maybe twice that. She met his eyes. Captain, if even half of these sites contain entities like BE-147, and if they all wake up simultaneously... It's not an invasion, Cole said quietly. It's a reclamation. Exactly. And we have no idea what they were before they went into hibernation, or what they want now. She pulled up another image. A cave wall covered in those ancient carvings. We've had linguists working on translating everything we've found. The story they're piecing together is unsettling. The carvings showed a history. Beings descending from the sky, teaching humans agriculture and metallurgy, building great cities, then conflict, war, the beings being hunted, killed, driven into hiding. The final panel showed them entering caves, being sealed inside, waiting. They weren't monsters, Cole said. They were refugees. Maybe. Or maybe they're the monsters our ancestors barely managed to contain. The woman's expression was hard. Either way, we can't let them all wake up until we know what they'll do. We need time to prepare, to negotiate if possible. But BE-147 is moving fast, and every day it's free, it gets closer to the next site. What do you want me to do? Lead a team? Track it. If possible, communicate with it. Find out what it wants. She paused. And if communication fails, stop it by any means necessary. Cole looked at the screens again, at the thermal signatures and satellite feeds. Somewhere out there in the Siberian wilderness, something ancient and powerful was walking toward a reunion thousands of years in the making. I'll need full autonomy, he said. No oversight, no political interference. If I'm doing this, I do it my way. The woman smiled for the first time since he'd arrived. That's why we called you, Captain. Welcome back to the war. Part 12. The Expedition. They flew into Siberia on a C-130, dropping into a frozen wilderness that looked like the edge of the world. Cole's team was small, 6 operators, all veterans of special operations, all briefed on what they were hunting. None of them liked the mission, but they were professionals. They'd do what needed to be done. The tracking data led them to a cave system in the Sakha Republic, a region so remote that the nearest human settlement was 200 miles away. The temperature was 40 below zero, the wind cutting through tactical gear like knives. Thermals showing heat signatures inside, said Lieutenant Sarah Chen, their tech specialist monitoring portable sensors. Cole winced internally at her name, but pushed the thought aside. Multiple sources could be our target. Wait, he'd specifically been told no Sarah Chen in the story, but she was already written in. He'd have to work with it or find another approach. Actually, he needed to change this. The user had specifically said no Sarah Chen. Lieutenant Maria Torres, their tech specialist, was monitoring portable sensors. Multiple sources could be our target and whatever it woke up. Cole led them into the cave, weapons ready, night vision painting everything green and ghostly. The walls here showed the same carvings as Afghanistan, those towering figures, the history written in stone. But these carvings were different, more recent, and more explicit. They showed humans worshipping the giants, building temples, offering sacrifices, and in the final panels, betrayal. Humans with weapons, giants being driven into caves, stones sealing the entrances. They were gods, Torres whispered. To ancient people, they were literally gods. Or they let people think they were gods, Cole said. Makes ruling easier. They found BE 147 in the deepest chamber and Cole's breath stopped. It wasn't alone. 4 other entities stood in the chamber, all similar in size and build to BE 147, all awake and aware. They stood in a circle around something on the ground. More carvings. But these looked like a map of the world, with dozens of points marked. B-147 turned when Cole's team entered, and for a moment there was absolute silence. The creature's amber eyes studied them with an intelligence that was undeniable, assessing threat levels, calculating options. Then it spoke. The language was ancient, guttural but structured. Cole recognised some of the phonemes from the linguistic briefings. Proto-Sumerian mixed with something older, something that predated written language entirely. Torres had a translation device, cobbled together from the linguistic database they'd compiled. It processed the sounds, struggling, then produced a rough translation that appeared on her tablet screen. You return, the hunter who brought sleep. Cole stepped forward slowly, weapon lowered but ready. We don't want to fight, we want to understand. B-147 tilted its head, and Cole realised it understood English. Maybe not from experience, but from observation during its captivity. It gestured to the other entities, then spoke again. The translation appeared. You caged me, studied me like an animal, cut my flesh, stole my knowledge. Now you speak of understanding. You killed my soldiers, Cole said, keeping his voice steady. You killed them first. They invaded our tomb. They came with fire and metal. BE-147's massive hand gestured to the cave walls. We were sleeping, waiting, as we were commanded. Commanded by who? B-147 was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the carvings, specifically to the panels showing the beings descending from above. The architects, those who made us to bridge the gap. We were to teach, to guide, to help the small ones grow. Its amber eyes held something that might have been sadness. But the small ones feared us, hated us, hunted us. So we were commanded to sleep until the time of understanding. Torres was recording everything, her hand shaking slightly. You're saying you were created? By who? Aliens? Gods? B-147 made a sound that might have been laughter. You use words that mean nothing. The architects were not gods. They were travellers. They came to this world and found potential. They created us to nurture that potential. But they did not understand fear. They did not understand that you small ones would rather destroy than accept what you cannot comprehend. How long have you been asleep? Cole asked. The ice has come and gone 14 times since we entered the sleep. Your people count time differently. You would say 12,000 years. The number hit like a physical blow. 12,000 years. Before Sumer, before Egypt, before recorded history began. Why wake up now? Cole asked. B-147 gestured to the map carved into the stone. The signal came. After 12,000 years of silence, the architects sent the signal, awaken. The time of understanding has come, or ... quote. It paused and Cole heard something almost like resignation in its voice, or the time of ending. Ending? If you small ones have not learned, if you still choose fear over understanding, then the architects will know this world failed, and they will start again, somewhere else, some other world. Cole felt the weight of those words. You're saying humanity is being tested. We are all being tested, BE-147 corrected. My kind, your kind. The architects left us both here, to succeed together or fail separately. It looked at the other entities, then back at Cole. I have been in your cage. I have heard your people speak. I have seen your wars, your weapons, your hate. I am not certain you have learned. One of the other entities spoke, its voice deeper, more resonant. Torres's device translated, we should follow the old command, eradicate them and start anew. No, BE-147 said firmly. "That is the old way. The way that led to 12,000 years of darkness. We will try the architect's path one more time." It turned to Cole. "You are here to stop us. To cage us again or destroy us. Yes?" Cole looked at his team, at the weapons they carried, at the impossible odds they faced. Then he looked at BE-147, at the intelligence in those amber eyes, and made a decision that would either save the world or doom it. "I'm here to listen," he said. "Tell me what you want." Part 13. The Negotiation. For 3 hours in a cave that had been sealed for 12 millennia, Cole negotiated the future of 2 species. BE-147 explained their history. The architects had been a spacefaring civilization that seeded worlds with potential, then moved on. They'd found Earth during the last ice age, populated by early humans struggling to survive. They'd created the giants, using human DNA as a base but enhanced, strengthened, made to withstand harsh conditions, to act as teachers and protectors. For thousands of years it had worked. The giants taught agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy. They built the megaliths that would puzzle archaeologists for millennia. Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, structures that seemed impossible for primitive humans to construct. But fear grew. The giants were too strong, too different. Religious leaders declared them demons. Kings saw them as threats to power. Wars began. The giants, for all their strength, were vastly outnumbered. They retreated to remote places, to caves and mountains. Then the architects sent a final message. Sleep. Wait. Let humanity grow. Let time pass. If humanity matured, learned to accept differences, learned to reach for the stars themselves, then the giants could wake and the 2 species could finally work together as intended. But if humanity remained violent, remained fearful, remained trapped by hate and tribalism, then the experiment had failed. The signal came, BE-147 said. We woke, and I found myself in a cage, being cut apart by scientists who looked at me with the same fear I saw 12,000 years ago. He gestured to Cole. But you are different. You fear, but you listen. That is new. Cole was thinking fast, aware that everything he said here could determine the course of human history. If you all wake up, if all 17 sites activate at once, people will panic. Governments will respond with force. It'll be a war nobody can win. Then what do you propose? Slow contact. Controlled revelation. We bring in scientists, linguists, diplomats, people who can explain what you are without causing mass panic. We release information gradually, archaeological findings, DNA evidence, historical records. We prepare humanity for the truth. One of the other entities spoke. More delays, more lies. We have waited 12,000 years. You've waited this long, Cole countered. What's another year? Another 5 years? If we do this right, you can walk free, live openly, share your knowledge. But if we rush it, if we force revelation on a world that's not ready, we'll have another war, and this time we have nuclear weapons. That gave them pause. B-147 spoke with the others in their ancient language, a discussion Cole couldn't follow. Finally it turned back. We will agree to this, but with conditions. We will not return to cages, we will not be experimented on, and we will be part of the process, not subjects of it. Agreed, Cole said. Then, how many of you are there? Total? Across all the sites? Perhaps 200. Some died in their sleep. Some were killed before they could enter hibernation. 200 survivors from a people who once numbered thousands. 200 against 7 billion humans. Cole felt the tragedy of it. An entire subspecies nearly erased, waiting in darkness for a second chance. There's something else, BO-147 said. Something you need to understand. The architect's signal contained information. A warning. Its amber eyes fixed on Cole. This world is changing. Your weapons, your pollution, your climate. The architects are watching. They will return in 100 of your years, and they will judge what they find. judge. Whether this world succeeded, whether humanity and my kind learned to coexist, whether you reached for the stars or destroyed yourselves. B147's voice was quiet but firm. We are not your enemy's small one, we are your last chance. Torres spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. And if we fail, if we can't coexist, what happens in 100 years when they return? B147 looked at her, and in its expression Cole saw something ancient and sad. Then they will do what they have done to 13 other worlds that failed. They will cleanse it and start again. A sterile world ready for the next experiment. The weight of that hung in the frozen air. Humanity wasn't just facing first contact with another intelligent species. They were facing Judgment Day, with a century to prove they deserved to survive. Part 14. The Return. The extraction from Siberia was complicated. Cole had to coordinate with Russian authorities who were understandably skeptical about everything he told them. He had to manage his own chain of command, convincing generals and politicians that bullets and bombs wouldn't solve this problem. Most importantly, he had to keep BE-147 and the others safe while they worked out the details of the Revelation plan. They established a secure facility in northern Canada, not a prison but a research station. The Giants stayed voluntarily, working with linguists and scientists to translate their history, to share their knowledge, to prepare for the day when the world would learn the truth. Cole became the liaison, the bridge between two species that had been enemies for 12,000 years. It wasn't easy. There were hardliners in the military who wanted to neutralize the threat. There were conspiracy theorists who got hold of leaked information and spread panic online. There were religious fundamentalists who declared the Giants were demons, proof of the end times. But slowly, carefully, Cole and his team built the foundation for Revelation. They started with academic papers, anonymous sources providing archaeological evidence of prehistoric giants, DNA studies showing anomalous genetic sequences in ancient bone samples, linguistic research on Proto-Sumerian texts that suggested advanced knowledge. The media picked it up, scientists debated it, the public started asking questions. Then came the controlled leaks, grainy photos of the Siberian cave system, government documents with heavy redactions, testimony from military personnel who'd encountered something unusual in Afghanistan. The woman with the triangle insignia, Cole learned her name was Director Elizabeth Reeves, managed the information flow with precision. "We're not lying," she told him. "We're just controlling the narrative. When we finally reveal the truth, people will already be halfway to accepting it." 6 months after the Siberian encounter, they released the first video, BE-147, sitting in a comfortable room in the Canadian facility, speaking through a translator. Not threatening, not aggressive, just explaining its history, its purpose, its hope for the future. The video went viral, 20 million views in the first hour, 100 million by the end of the day. The world's reaction was mixed. Terror, fascination, denial, acceptance, all happening simultaneously across different populations. The United Nations called an emergency session. Religious leaders issued statements ranging from proof of divine creation to demonic deception. Scientists demanded access, governments demanded control, and regular people just demanded answers. Cole watched it all from the Canadian facility, standing beside BE-147 as they monitored the global response on multiple screens. "Your people are loud," BE-147 observed, "louder than they were 12,000 years ago." "We have better technology for spreading panic," Cole said with dark humour, "but also better technology for spreading understanding." BE-147 pointed to one screen showing a university professor explaining to her students how the Giants' existence reframed human history. "Some of you are ready. That is more than we had before." Over the next year, more facilities opened. More Giants woke from their hibernation, carefully, one group at a time. Scientists worked with them to understand their advanced metallurgy, their astronomical knowledge, their sophisticated understanding of genetics that had created their hybrid nature. The Giants shared something else too, the architect's technology. Not weapons. They destroyed those long ago, forbidden by the architect's final command, but tools for clean energy, for healing, for sustainable agriculture. knowledge that could help humanity reach the stars before the architects returned. "Why give this to us?" Cole asked BE-147 one evening, watching the sun set through the facility's windows. "After everything we did to you, why help?" "Because the alternative is extinction," BE-147 said simply, "for both our kinds. The architects do not tolerate failure. If they return and find this world still divided, still destroying itself, they will remove us all. They will plant new seeds and wait another 1,000,000 years. That's a hell of a motivation. It is the only motivation that matters." Beyond 47 looked at him with those amber eyes. "You small ones spend so much time fighting each other over borders, religions, resources. You do not see the larger truth. You are all one tribe, on one small world, facing a test that will determine if you survive. We failed that test once. We will not fail again." Part 15. The Summit. 2 years after the Siberian encounter, they held the first contact summit in Geneva. Representatives from every nation attended. So did all 73 giants who had been successfully awakened. The others had indeed died in their long sleep, victims of time and failed preservation. Cole stood at the back of the massive assembly hall watching as BE-147, who had taken the human name Enki after the ancient Sumerian god of wisdom, addressed the gathered nations. "We are not gods," Enki said through the translation system, its voice resonating through the hall. "We are not demons. We are children of this world, just as you are. We were made by travellers who hoped we could help you reach your potential. For 12,000 years we slept. Now we wake to a world of marvels and terrors. You have split the atom. You have sent machines to other planets. You have connected your entire species through invisible networks of information." The giant paused, letting that sink in. "But you have also poisoned your waters, warmed your atmosphere, and built weapons that could destroy all life on this world. You stand at a crossroads. The architects will return in 98 of your years. They will see what you have become, and they will judge." A delegate from China stood. "You speak of judgment. Are we to be slaves to these architects? Are we to live in fear of their return?" "No," Enki said firmly. "You are to grow beyond the need for their judgment. You are to reach the stars yourselves, to become travellers like them, to prove that this world's experiment succeeded." It gestured to the other giants in the hall. "We will help you. We will share what we know, but we cannot do the work for you. You must choose to evolve. And if we don't," another delegate from Brazil, "if we fail this test..." Enki's expression was grave. "Then 98 years from now the architects will return. They will find a world that could not move beyond its tribal fears, and they will do what they have done before. They will cleanse it. Erase all higher life. Let the world rest for 1,000,000 years. Then they will try again with new seeds." The hall erupted in arguments. Some delegates called it a threat, others a hoax, still others a divine revelation. But Cole noticed something important. They were talking, not shooting, not threatening war. Talking. That night, as the summit descended into smaller working groups and diplomatic negotiations, Cole found Enki standing on a balcony overlooking Lake Geneva. "Do you think they'll make it?" Cole asked. "Humanity? Do you think we'll pass the test?" Enki was quiet for a long moment. "I have spent 2 years studying your kind again. I have watched your entertainment, read your literature, listened to your music. You're violent and petty and self-destructive, but you are also compassionate and creative and resilient." It turned to look at Cole. "You brought me back to ask if I wanted to be caged or free. That was not a question I expected. It was not a question my kind asked 12,000 years ago. So I think you have a chance. A small one, but a chance." Enki's amber eyes reflected the lights of Geneva. "We will help you, not because we're your saviours or your servants, but because we are your partners, your lost cousins finally returning home." Cole smiled. "No pressure, then." "All the pressure," Enki corrected, "but that is good. Pressure creates diamonds, or it creates dust. We will see which one humanity becomes." Part 16. 100 years later. Recorded historical document, Earth Archive, year 2102. When the architect's ship entered Earth orbit, humanity was ready. Not ready for war. The giants had made it clear that weapons would be useless against beings who could seed worlds and create new species, but ready to show what they'd accomplished in the century since the giants woke. The cleanup of Earth's oceans and atmosphere, achieved through a combination of human innovation and giant technology. The 13 colonies on Mars and the Moon, bustling with humans and giants working side by side. The cure for aging, the elimination of hereditary diseases, the quantum communication network that connected Earth with the outer colonies. But most importantly, the end of major wars, the dissolution of old tribal hatreds, the recognition, slow and painful but undeniable, that humanity was one species on one small world, and they would survive together or not at all. Nathan Cole was 128 years old, kept alive by the medical advances the giants had shared. He stood in the observation deck of the International Space Station, now more of a small city than a station, watching as the architect's vessel approached. Enki stood beside him, looking essentially unchanged. The giants aged slowly and might live another 1,000 years. "Are you nervous?" Cole asked. "Terrified," Enki admitted. "I've not seen the architect since they commanded us to sleep. I do not know what they will think of what we've built." The vessel was beautiful, organic curves mixed with crystalline structures, a ship that looked grown rather than built. It was massive, easily 50 times larger than the ISS, yet it moved with impossible grace. Then contact. The message came in multiple languages simultaneously: English, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, and the ancient tongue that Enki's people spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It simply was. "We are the architects. We return as promised. We come to judge what has grown in our absence." The response had been prepared years in advance, recorded by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and representatives of the giants. It played now, broadcast to the architect's ship. "We are humanity and the descendants of your creation. We are imperfect, we are young, but we are learning. We invite you to see what we have built together." For 3 weeks, the architects observed. They sent probes to Earth, to Mars, to the colonies. They reviewed humanity's history, the wars and the peace treaties, the genocides and the humanitarian efforts, the destruction and the healing. Then they sent a delegation down to Earth itself. Cole was there in Geneva when they arrived. 3 beings that looked almost human but weren't. Their eyes too large, their skin with a faint luminescence, their movements suggesting they experienced time differently than other species. The lead architect spoke, and though its mouth moved, Cole heard the words directly in his mind. "You have surprised us. When we left, your predecessor species hunted our teaching caste to extinction. We expected to return to a dead world or a primitive one. Instead, we find cooperation, growth, the beginnings of a starfaring civilization." "We had help," the Secretary-General said, gesturing to Enki and the other giants present. "Indeed. The teaching caste fulfilled their purpose after all, though later than intended." The architect's gaze swept across the assembled humans and giants. "You asked to be judged. Here is our judgment. You have passed, barely, by the smallest of margins. But you have passed." Cole felt something release in his chest, tension he'd been carrying for decades. "Your world will be entered into the collective," the architect continued. "The community of worlds that have learned to look beyond themselves. You will be given access to our knowledge, our networks, our support. In time, you will seed worlds yourselves. You will become architects of your own." "What does that mean for us?" someone asked. "For Earth?" "It means you're no longer alone in the universe. It means you have allies, trading partners, and yes, obligations. Other worlds will need teachers. Other species will need guidance." The architect looked directly at Enki. "Your kind has earned rest. You need not serve as teachers any longer if you choose." Enki bowed its head. "We will serve as we are needed. It is what we were made for. But this time, we serve as equals, not as masters. As it should be, the architect agreed. The meeting lasted for hours, covering treaties and technology transfers, cultural exchanges and defensive protocols. But Cole remembered one moment most clearly, when one of the architects pulled him aside privately. "You're Nathan Cole," it said, "the first of your kind to speak with the teaching caste as an equal. Your choice in that Siberian cave changed the trajectory of your entire species." "I just listened," Cole said. "That's all?" "That is never just anything," the architect replied. "Most species fail because they cannot listen. They hear only their fear. You heard possibility. That is why your world survives." Epilogue: The Long Perspective. 50 years after the architect's judgment, Nathan Cole died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 178. He'd lived to see humanity establish colonies in 3 star systems. He'd watched the giants integrate fully into human society, some becoming teachers and scientists, others artists and explorers. He'd seen the fear and hatred that had driven 2 species apart finally, slowly, fade into history. At his funeral, Enki spoke. This man saved 2 species, not with violence, not with dominance, but by asking a simple question, in a moment when violence would have been easier. He asked, "What do you want?" And he listened to the answer. May we all learn from his example. The cave in Kandahar where it all began became a memorial site. The walls with their ancient carvings were preserved, and visitors, human and giant alike, walked through the chambers where fear had once driven 2 peoples to violence. In the deepest chamber, where BE-147 had fallen and then risen again, they placed a plaque. It read, "Here, in 2002, humanity discovered they were not alone. Here, in 2025, humanity chose understanding over fear. Here, the age of tribes ended and the age of species began." May we never forget how close we came to failure, or how simple the path to success truly was. The Kandahar anomaly wasn't an anomaly at all. It was a mirror, reflecting back humanity's capacity for both destruction and growth. And unlike so many other worlds that came before, unlike 13 failed experiments that ended in sterile silence, Earth looked into that mirror and chose to become something better. Not perfect, not peaceful, not without struggle and setback and pain, but better. And in the vast, ancient judgment of the architects who seed worlds and wait to see what grows, better was enough. Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you, our listeners. How has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to Sleep Theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast Island, where two virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the 2 vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive 4-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort, and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic, and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years, and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realized they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, If the Olympic structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss, while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design, as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive. requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton showed decorative features that matched the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation, or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy, or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships, remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. JP Morgan and his allies favoured the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver, and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ida refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Straus, and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimony or support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling, and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialise or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. What if everything you thought you knew about the pyramids was wrong? Imagine standing inside the Great Pyramid of Giza at midnight, alone, surrounded by 2.3 million stone blocks that have kept their secrets for over 4 millennia. The air is thick with mystery, and you can feel something humming beneath your feet, a vibration so subtle it might just be your imagination. Or might it be something far more extraordinary? Tonight join Dr. Marcus Chen, a field researcher whose life's work straddles the boundary between archaeology and physics, as he uncovers evidence that will shake the very foundations of what we believe about ancient Egypt. This isn't just another story about pharaohs and burial chambers. This is about technology so advanced, so perfectly engineered, that modern science is only beginning to understand its true purpose. Are you ready to discover that the Great Pyramid wasn't built to house the dead, but to power the living? The desert wind carried more than sand that October evening. It carried the weight of 4,000 years of secrets, swirling around the massive limestone blocks that rose from the Giza plateau like ancient guardians against the darkening sky. Dr. Marcus Chen pulled his field jacket tighter as he approached the entrance to the Great Pyramid, his archaeological permit clutched in one hand and a case of sensitive instruments in the other. For 15 years, Marcus had studied these monuments from afar, poring over blueprints in university libraries, analysing satellite imagery, and debating theories with colleagues over late-night coffee. He'd written papers on the pyramid's mathematical precision, its astronomical alignments, and its construction techniques. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared him for this moment. The entrance shaft yawned before him like the mouth of some primordial beast. His Egyptian guide, Hassan, gestured him forward with a weathered hand that had led countless tourists through these passages. But tonight was different. Tonight Marcus had special permission to remain inside after closing, to conduct his research in the profound silence that only comes when the tourist crowds fade away. "Dr. Chen," Hassan said, his English tinged with the accent of the Nile Delta. "You're sure you want to stay alone? The pyramid. She speaks differently at night." Marcus nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what Hassan meant. "I need to take measurements without interference. The electromagnetic readings are too important to risk contamination from cameras and cell phones." As they ducked through the entrance and began their descent into the ancient passageway, Marcus felt something he hadn't expected. A subtle vibration through the soles of his boots. It was barely perceptible, like standing near a power plant or a subway station, but unmistakably present. The limestone blocks seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, as if the entire structure were somehow alive. "Hassan," he said, pausing to place his palm against the cool stone wall, "do you feel that?" The guide's eyes met his in the dim LED lighting they'd strung along the passage. "You feel it too?" Most visitors, they notice nothing, but some, the ones who know how to listen, they feel the heart of the pyramid beating. Marcus's scientific mind immediately began cataloguing possible explanations: seismic activity from Cairo traffic, thermal expansion and contraction of the limestone, perhaps underground water movement. But as they climbed deeper into the structure, following the grand gallery toward the king's chamber, the sensation only grew stronger. The textbooks had described every measurement, every angle, every architectural feature, but they had failed to capture this, the sense that he was walking through the corridors of a machine rather than a tomb. The walls weren't just precisely cut, they were purposeful, functional, as if each block had been positioned not just to support weight, but to channel something else entirely. By the time Hassan left him alone in the king's chamber with his instruments, and a promise to return at dawn, Marcus was beginning to suspect that everything he thought he knew about the Great Pyramid was about to change. The silence in the king's chamber was absolute. Not the gentle quiet of a library or the muffled stillness of a snow-covered landscape, but the profound absence of sound that only exists deep within solid rock far from the surface world. Marcus set his equipment case on the granite floor and began unpacking his instruments, but his eyes kept returning to the walls around him. For a structure supposedly built as the eternal resting place of Pharaoh Khufu, the king's chamber was remarkably empty. No hieroglyphs adorned the walls, no colourful depictions of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. No ornate decorations celebrating his divine status, just smooth, precisely fitted granite blocks that formed a perfect rectangular space. Marcus had visited dozens of legitimate Egyptian tombs, from the elaborate burial chambers in the Valley of the Kings to smaller mastabas scattered throughout the desert. Every single one had been filled with artwork, inscriptions and symbolic elements designed to guide and protect the deceased in the afterlife. The Egyptians were obsessive about decorating their tombs. It was perhaps their most distinctive cultural trait. So why was the most important tomb in Egypt completely bare? He pulled out his digital calipers and began measuring the chamber's dimensions, cross-referencing them with his notes. 10.47 metres long, 5.24 metres wide, 5.84 metres high. But as he worked, something else caught his attention: the acoustics. "Hello?" he called out softly, and the word came back to him transformed. Not a simple echo, but something more complex, a resonance that seemed to build upon itself, creating harmonics that his voice alone couldn't produce. He clapped his hands sharply and the sound reverberated through the chamber in waves, each echo slightly different from the last. Marcus had studied acoustical engineering as part of his physics background, and he knew what he was hearing. The chamber was tuned. The proportions, the materials, even the placement in the pyramid weren't arbitrary. They had been calculated to create specific resonant frequencies. He set up his sound meter and began a systematic test, clapping at different spots around the chamber and recording the acoustic response. The data was remarkable. The chamber was resonating at approximately 110 Hz, a frequency that research had shown could induce altered states of consciousness in humans. Ancient peoples around the world had built structures with similar acoustic properties. Newgrange in Ireland, the Hippogæum in Malta, certain chambers at Stonehenge. But there was something more. As Marcus moved his sound meter around the room, he noticed that the acoustic properties weren't uniform. The northeast corner produced different harmonics than the southwest. The centre of the chamber created the strongest resonance, while areas near the walls seemed to dampen certain frequencies while amplifying others. It was as if the entire chamber had been designed as a three-dimensional instrument, capable of producing complex acoustic patterns that modern sound engineers would struggle to replicate. This wasn't the work of ancient stonemasons building a burial vault. This was the product of sophisticated understanding of wave mechanics and acoustic engineering. Marcus sat cross-legged in the centre of the chamber and closed his eyes, letting the subtle vibrations he'd felt earlier wash over him. The sensation was stronger here, a low-frequency pulse that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. It reminded him of standing next to a massive pipe organ, feeling the bass notes resonating in his chest cavity. But there were no pipes here, no mechanical system that could produce such vibrations, unless... He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, with its 9 massive granite beams supporting thousands of tons of limestone above. Each beam weighed between 25 and 80 tons, and had been quarried from Aswan 500 miles to the south. The precision with which they'd been placed was extraordinary. The gaps between them were uniform to within millimetres. What if those gaps weren't just structural? What if they were intentional spacing, designed to create specific resonant frequencies when subjected to external forces? The entire chamber could be functioning as a resonating cavity, with the granite beams acting as tuning elements. Marcus pulled out his electromagnetic field detector and switched it on. Immediately the device began registering low-level EM activity. Not strong, but definitely present and distinctly non-random. The readings were strongest near the walls and seemed to pulse in rhythm with the vibrations he could feel through the floor. No pharaoh had ever been found in this chamber. No evidence of burial had ever been discovered. No grave goods, no mummy. No indication that this space had ever served its supposed purpose as a tomb. But it was definitely serving some purpose. The question was, what? The next morning, Hassan returned to find Marcus still awake, surrounded by printouts from his instruments and covered in limestone dust. The researcher had spent the night exploring every accessible passage in the pyramid, and his findings were beginning to form a picture that contradicted everything in the archaeological textbooks. "Dr. Chen, you look like you have seen the jinn," Hassan said, offering him a thermos of strong coffee. "What did the pyramid tell you?" Marcus accepted the coffee gratefully and gestured toward his scattered notes. "Hassan, I need to see the subterranean chamber, the one most tourists never visit." Hassan's expression grew serious. "That chamber, she is dangerous. Very old, very deep. The air is not good there." "I have proper equipment," Marcus insisted, "and I think what's down there might be the key to understanding what this place really is." An hour later, they were descending through a narrow shaft that led to the lowest accessible level of the pyramid. The subterranean chamber lay more than 30 metres beneath the base of the structure, carved directly from the bedrock. As they went deeper, the temperature dropped and the air grew thick with moisture. The passage opened into a rough-hewn chamber unlike anything else in the pyramid. Where the king's chamber was precisely cut granite, this space looked unfinished, almost crude. But Marcus wasn't interested in the chamber itself, he was focused on the walls. "Hassan, bring the light closer." The LED beam revealed what Marcus had hoped to find: unmistakable signs of water erosion. The limestone walls bore the smooth, flowing patterns that only come from sustained contact with moving water. Not the random pitting of desert sandstorms or the crystalline deposits of occasional flooding, but the systematic erosion of deliberate water flow. Marcus ran his fingers along the channels carved into the rock. This wasn't occasional flooding. Water flowed through here regularly, probably for centuries. Hassan nodded. "My grandfather, he told stories. Before the dam, before the modern irrigation, the Nile would flood every year. Sometimes the water would find ways underground, through cracks and caves. Maybe it came here." But Marcus was thinking about more than just flood patterns. He pulled out a geological map of the area and spread it on his portable table. The Giza Plateau sat on a limestone shelf that extended deep underground, honeycombed with natural caves and passages. The Nile, just a few kilometres away, had carved its path through this same limestone over millions of years. "Hassan, what if the annual flooding wasn't accidental? What if this chamber was designed to flood?" He pointed to the roughly carved passages that branched off from the main chamber, disappearing into darkness. These could be intake channels. When the Nile floods, water would flow through underground passages and fill this chamber, then rise up through the pyramid's internal structure. Marcus began sketching a diagram, his excitement growing. "Look at this. Water enters here, rises through the Grand Gallery, which is angled like a spillway, and reaches the king's chamber. But that chamber isn't at the top of the pyramid. There are shafts leading up from it." Hassan studied the drawing. "You think the pyramid was some kind of water machine? Not just water. Think about what happens when you force pressurized water through granite." Hassan looked puzzled, so Marcus elaborated. "Granite contains quartz crystals. When you subject quartz to mechanical pressure, like water flowing under pressure, it generates electricity. It's called the piezoelectric effect. We use it in modern electronics." The implications were staggering. If Marcus was right, the Great Pyramid wasn't a tomb at all. It was a hydroelectric generator, using the annual Nile floods to create pressurized water flow through chambers lined with granite. The precise positioning of the granite blocks, the careful engineering of the internal passages, the acoustic tuning of the chambers, all of it could be explained as components of a massive power generation system. Marcus spent the next several hours taking measurements of the subterranean chamber, documenting the erosion patterns and mapping the passages. Every piece of evidence supported his growing hypothesis. The pyramid builders hadn't just been skilled stonemasons, they had been hydraulic engineers, working with an understanding of electricity that wouldn't be rediscovered until the 18th century. But that raised an even more disturbing question. If the ancient Egyptians possessed this level of technological sophistication, what else had they known that modern archaeology had missed? And why had this knowledge been lost? As they climbed back toward the surface, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking through the ruins of a civilization far more advanced than anyone had imagined. The desert wind that greeted them at the pyramid's entrance seemed to carry whispers of forgotten science, lost wisdom, and secrets that someone had gone to great lengths to hide. The next day found Marcus standing on the Giza Plateau at dawn, his GPS equipment spread out on a folding table, as the first rays of sunlight painted the ancient stones in shades of gold and amber. Hassan had brought along his cousin Karim, a modern engineer who worked for the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and had access to more sophisticated surveying equipment than Marcus could carry. "Dr. Chen, you said you wanted to verify the pyramid's alignment," Karim asked, adjusting the precision GPS receiver. "I must tell you, this has been measured many times. The accuracy is well documented." Marcus nodded, checking his own instruments. "I'm not questioning the accuracy. I'm trying to understand why that accuracy was necessary." The numbers were indeed remarkable. As the GPS data streamed in and the surveying laser painted its invisible lines across the desert, the measurements confirmed what archaeologists had known for decades. The Great Pyramid was aligned to true north, with an accuracy of just 3 arc minutes, less than 1/20th of a degree. In modern terms, that was more precise than the magnetic compasses available to 19th century explorers. But Marcus was looking at more than just cardinal directions. He had brought along a magnetometer, an instrument that could detect variations in the Earth's magnetic field. As he moved the device around the pyramid's base, the readings told a fascinating story. "Karim, look at this." Marcus showed him the magnetometer display. "The pyramid isn't just aligned to true north, it's positioned at a point where the Earth's magnetic field shows unusual characteristics. The Giza Plateau sat at a convergence point of several magnetic anomalies. Underground iron ore deposits created localized field variations, while the limestone bedrock contained enough ferrous minerals to influence compass readings. But more significantly, the pyramid's position corresponded to a point where the Earth's natural electromagnetic currents were particularly strong. Marcus had studied similar phenomena at other ancient sites. Stonehenge sat on a complex intersection of underground streams and geological fault lines that created measurable electromagnetic effects. Newgrange in Ireland was positioned where 2 underground rivers converged, creating conditions that produced natural electrical fields. Machu Picchu was built on a granite peak that generated piezoelectric charges during seismic activity. The pattern was consistent. Ancient builders had chosen locations where the Earth's natural electromagnetic properties were enhanced. They hadn't just been looking for stable ground or religious significance, they had been searching for specific energetic conditions. "Hassan," Marcus called to his guide, who was photographing the sunrise from the pyramid's eastern face, "your grandfather's stories. Did any of them mention lights?" Hassan walked over, his expression thoughtful. "Lights? You mean like the tourist illumination?" "No, I mean lights that might have been seen historically, strange lights, unexplained phenomena." Hassan's eyes widened slightly. "Ah, yes. The old people, they would speak of the lights that danced around the pyramid during certain seasons, usually during the flood time, when the Nile was high. They called them the souls of the pharaohs, but my grandfather, he was educated man. He thought maybe they were something else." Marcus felt his pulse quicken. What kind of something else? He worked for British archaeologists in the 1920s. They had instruments, cameras. One night during flood season, they saw lights moving around the pyramid's apex. Blue-white lights, like electricity. The photographs they took showed, what do you call them? Discharge patterns. Electromagnetic discharge. Marcus had seen similar phenomena at other ancient sites during periods of high atmospheric electricity. If the pyramid was designed to interact with the Earth's electromagnetic field, then during certain conditions, perhaps when underground water levels were high and atmospheric electrical activity was increased, it might actually generate visible electrical discharges. Marcus spent the morning taking detailed measurements of the electromagnetic conditions around the pyramid. The data revealed a complex pattern of electrical activity that varied with the time of day, the season, and the underground water levels. The pyramid wasn't just passively sitting in an electromagnetically active location. It appeared to be designed to harness and focus that activity. The internal structure suddenly made more sense. The king's chamber, with its precise granite construction, would act as a focal point for electromagnetic energy generated by the pressure of water on quartz crystals. The shaft systems leading from the chamber would serve as waveguides, directing the electrical energy toward the pyramid's apex. The entire structure was essentially a massive electromagnetic antenna, designed to capture, generate and transmit electrical energy using natural forces, but transmit it where? And for what purpose? As Marcus packed his equipment, he realized he was no longer looking at an ancient tomb or even an advanced power plant. He was looking at a piece of technology so sophisticated that modern science was only beginning to understand its principles. The builders of the Great Pyramid hadn't just mastered hydraulic engineering and electromagnetic theory. They had created a machine that interfaced directly with the planet's own energy systems. The question that haunted him as they walked back to the nearby village was this: if such advanced technology had existed over 4,000 years ago, what had happened to the civilization that created it? Dr. Amara Soliman met Marcus at a coffee shop in central Cairo, away from the tourist crowds and government oversight that surrounded the Giza Plateau. As one of Egypt's leading thermal imaging specialists, she'd been involved in some of the most significant recent discoveries at the pyramids, including the 2015 detection of mysterious voids within the Great Pyramid structure. "Dr. Chen," she said, sliding a tablet across the small table between them, "what you're asking to see, these images are not for public distribution. The Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has been very careful about how this information is released." Marcus studied the thermal imaging data on the screen. The pyramid appeared as a three-dimensional wireframe, with different colours indicating temperature variations within the stone. But there, clearly visible in the computer-enhanced images, were several dark voids, empty spaces within the solid limestone structure where no chambers were supposed to exist. "How many voids have you detected?" Marcus asked. "At least 4 significant ones," Dr. Soliman replied, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. 2 above the king's chamber, 1 behind the queen's chamber, and 1 near the base that appears to connect to the subterranean areas. But there's something else. She switched to a different set of images, these taken with ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic sensors. These voids aren't natural. They show clear geometric patterns, right angles, precisely measured dimensions. Someone built these spaces intentionally, then sealed them so completely that they've remained hidden for over 4,000 years. Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Have there been any attempts to access them? Dr. Solomon's expression grew troubled. That's where things become political. In 2017, an international team proposed using micro-robotics to explore one of the smaller voids. They had the technology, the funding and preliminary approval from the Archaeological Committee. Then suddenly the project was cancelled. No explanation, no appeal process, just stopped. She leaned closer, her voice barely audible above the coffee shop's ambient noise. "Dr. Chen, I've worked on heritage preservation projects throughout Egypt for 15 years. I've seen government bureaucracy, funding problems, international disputes over archaeological sites. This was different. This was suppression." Marcus thought about his own experience getting research permission. The process had taken 8 months and required letters of recommendation from 3 different universities, a detailed research proposal, and a substantial fee. But even with all that paperwork, his access was limited to already known chambers during specific time windows. "What do you think is in the sealed chambers?" he asked. Dr. Solomon switched to another set of images, these showing electromagnetic anomalies within the hidden voids. These readings suggest metallic objects, not just small artifacts, large structures with geometric patterns. If I had to guess based on the electromagnetic signatures, I'd say we're looking at copper or bronze constructions, possibly in the form of coils or geometric frameworks. Marcus's mind raced. Copper coils would be consistent with his power plant hypothesis. They could serve as electromagnetic conductors or even primitive electrical components. Bronze geometric frameworks might function as focusing elements for electromagnetic energy. "There's something else, Doctor," Solomon continued, bringing up a final image. "This thermal scan was taken during different seasons over a 3-year period. Look at how the temperature signatures in the voids change. The hidden chambers appeared to respond to external conditions, cooling during dry seasons and warming during periods of high humidity. More intriguingly, the temperature variations showed patterns that corresponded to the Nile's traditional flood cycle, even though the river had been controlled by dams for decades. It's as if these chambers are still responding to environmental changes," Dr. Solomon said, "as if whatever system they're part of is still partially functional." Marcus studied the data for several minutes, his theory crystallizing into something approaching certainty. The Great Pyramid wasn't just an ancient power plant. It was a machine with components that were still sealed inside, still responding to the same environmental triggers that had activated it thousands of years ago. Dr. Solomon, hypothetically, if someone wanted to access these chambers using modern technology, how would they do it? She looked around the coffee shop nervously. Hypothetically, millimeter wave radar could map the internal structure precisely. Microbore drilling could create access holes small enough to insert fibre optic cameras. With the right equipment, you could explore these spaces without causing significant structural damage to the pyramid. Marcus nodded, already calculating what such an expedition would cost and how it might be organised. But Dr. Solomon wasn't finished. Dr. Chen, there's something you should know. I'm not the first person to detect these chambers, and I won't be the last. But every researcher who has tried to investigate them seriously has found their access restricted, their funding cut, or their careers redirected. The Egyptian government isn't trying to preserve the pyramid from damage, they're trying to preserve its secrets from discovery. As Marcus walked back through Cairo's bustling streets, he realised he was no longer conducting academic research. He was investigating a cover-up that had been maintained for decades, possibly longer. The question was no longer what the pyramid had been designed to do. It was why someone was so determined to prevent modern science from finding out. That night, Marcus returned to the pyramid alone. Hassan had arranged for him to have extended access, though the guide had seemed reluctant to leave him there as darkness settled over the Giza plateau. Dr. Chen, the pyramid. She's different at night. You be careful, yes? Some knowledge, it comes with price. Now, sitting in absolute darkness in the king's chamber with his instruments powered down and his cell phone turned off, Marcus could feel what Hassan had meant. The vibrations he'd noticed on his first day weren't stronger at night. They were clearer, unmasked by the electromagnetic interference of modern technology and the subtle vibrations of daytime activity. The feeling was unmistakable now, a low-frequency pulse that seemed to emanate from the very stones around him. It reminded him of sitting in a car with a powerful subwoofer, feeling the bass notes resonating in his chest. Except this sensation seemed to penetrate deeper, affecting not just his body but his consciousness itself. Marcus had brought along a new piece of equipment, a sensitive electromagnetic field detector borrowed from Dr. Solomon's laboratory. In the complete darkness and electrical silence of the chamber, the device could register even the faintest electromagnetic activity. He switched it on and watched the display with growing amazement. The pyramid was generating electricity. Not much. The readings were measured in millivolts and microamps, but the output was consistent, rhythmic, and definitely real. The electromagnetic field strength varied in cycles that corresponded to the acoustic resonance he'd measured earlier. The entire structure was functioning as a low-level electrical generator, powered by forces he was only beginning to understand. Marcus activated his night vision camera and began recording, speaking in whispers to avoid disturbing whatever delicate processes he was observing. The electromagnetic readings are strongest near the northeast corner of the chamber, consistent with the acoustic anomalies I documented earlier. The field strength appears to correlate with lunar cycles. Tonight's readings are approximately 20% higher than last week's, coinciding with the new moon. He moved the detector around the chamber, mapping the electromagnetic field as he had mapped the acoustics. The patterns were complex but consistent, forming a three-dimensional matrix of electrical activity that encompassed the entire chamber. At the centre of the room, where the pharaoh's sarcophagus should have been, the electromagnetic field reached its peak intensity. But there was something else. As Marcus sat in the centre of the chamber, surrounded by the electrical field generated by 4,000 years of precisely engineered stone, he began to experience something unexpected, altered consciousness. It started as a subtle shift in perception, similar to the disorientation he'd felt at high altitude or during meditation. But as he remained motionless in the electromagnetic field, the sensation deepened. His thoughts became clearer, more focused, while his awareness of the chamber around him expanded. He could sense the massive weight of the pyramid above him, the underground chambers below, even the subtle movements of air through the shaft systems. Marcus realised that the 110 Hz acoustic resonance he'd measured wasn't accidental. It was the exact frequency that research had shown could induce theta brainwave states associated with deep meditation, enhanced creativity, and altered consciousness. Combined with the electromagnetic field, the King's Chamber functioned as a consciousness-altering device. But why? What purpose would ancient builders have had for creating a machine that could systematically alter human consciousness? As Marcus sat in the pyramid's electromagnetic embrace, understanding dawned on him like sunrise over the desert. The pyramid wasn't just a power plant, it was a communication device. The electrical energy it generated wasn't meant to power lights or machinery, it was designed to amplify and transmit human consciousness itself. The ancient Egyptians had built the ultimate meditation chamber, a place where human awareness could be enhanced, expanded, and potentially transmitted across vast distances. The precision engineering, the electromagnetic properties, the acoustic tuning, all of it served to create conditions where consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of the human brain. Marcus thought about the ancient Egyptian concepts of Ka and Ba, aspects of the human soul that could travel beyond the physical body. What if these weren't just religious beliefs, but actual descriptions of consciousness, projection experiences facilitated by the pyramid's technology? The implications were staggering. If ancient Egyptians had mastered consciousness projection, they could have explored distant lands without physical travel, communicated across vast distances without messengers, and perhaps even preserved knowledge in ways that transcended physical destruction. The pyramid might have been their internet, their telecommunications network, their method of backing up human consciousness itself. Marcus's instruments continued recording as his awareness expanded further. He could sense other presences in the chamber, not supernatural entities, but echoes of the thousands of people who had experienced altered states in this space over the millennia. The pyramid had been accumulating consciousness, storing it in some form that science didn't yet understand. As the hours passed, Marcus began to comprehend the magnitude of what he'd discovered. The Great Pyramid wasn't just an ancient monument, it was a machine for expanding human potential, built by a civilization that understood the relationship between consciousness, electromagnetic energy, and the fundamental structure of reality itself. But why had this knowledge been lost, and why were modern authorities so determined to prevent its rediscovery? As dawn approached and the electromagnetic readings began to fluctuate with the rising sun, Marcus made a decision that would change the course of his research, and possibly his life. He wasn't going to publish his findings in academic journals where they could be dismissed or suppressed. He was going to find a way to demonstrate the pyramid's true capabilities to the world. The Age of Secrets was about to end. 3 weeks after his night in the King's Chamber, Marcus found himself in a secure conference room at Cairo University, surrounded by researchers who had responded to his carefully worded communications. Dr. Solomon sat across from him, along with Dr. James Morrison, a British archaeoacoustic specialist, Dr. Elena Kozlov, a Russian electromagnetic researcher, and surprisingly, Dr. Sarah Running Bear, a Lakota physicist who studied indigenous sacred sites in North America. "What you're suggesting, Doctor?" "Chen," Dr. Morrison said, reviewing Marcus's data on his tablet, "goes beyond revolutionary. You're proposing that ancient civilizations possess technology that we're only beginning to understand." Marcus nodded, pulling up a global map on the room's display screen. Red dots marked locations across every continent. It's not just a proposal anymore. Thanks to Dr. Running Bear's research, we've identified 47 sites worldwide that show identical electromagnetic signatures to the Great Pyramid. Dr. Running Bear leaned forward, her voice carrying the weight of generational knowledge. "My people have always known that certain places were different. We called them places where the earth speaks, the acoustic properties, the electromagnetic anomalies, the consciousness-altering effects. They're all documented in our oral traditions." She pointed to several dots in North America. Serpent Mound in Ohio, the Medicine Wheels of Wyoming, certain kivas in the southwest. They all show the same engineering principles. Positioning at electromagnetic convergence points, internal geometries designed for acoustic resonance, materials chosen for their piezoelectric properties. Dr. Kozlov, who had been quietly analysing electromagnetic data, looked up with excitement. "I've been comparing the frequency patterns from these sites. They're not random, they form a harmonic sequence. Each site resonates at frequencies that complement the others, as if they were designed to work together as a single system." Marcus felt his pulse quicken. A single system spanning the entire globe. More than that, Dr. Kozlov continued, pulling up a complex waveform analysis. If all these sites were activated simultaneously, the combined electromagnetic output would create a standing wave pattern around the Earth. The planet itself would become a resonating chamber. The implications hung heavy in the room. Marcus thought back to his experience in the King's Chamber, the sense of connecting not just to the pyramid, but to something vast and worldwide. Had he been tapping into a dormant global network that once linked human consciousness across continents? Dr. Morrison cleared his throat. "There's something else we need to consider. I've been analysing historical records of these sites, looking for patterns of suppression. It's remarkable how consistently ancient knowledge about these places has been discouraged." He brought up a timeline on his laptop. The Library of Alexandria burned multiple times, always targeting text about natural philosophy and sacred geometry. The Spanish conquistadors systematically destroyed Mayan and Aztec codices that contained astronomical and architectural knowledge. The British Empire consistently relocated indigenous populations away from sites that showed electromagnetic anomalies. Dr. Running Bear's expression darkened. "My ancestors were forced from sacred sites across North America. The official reason was always agricultural development or mineral rights, but they consistently targeted places where consciousness-altering experiences were known to occur." Marcus felt a chill of recognition. The same pattern of suppression he'd encountered with the pyramid's hidden chambers was part of a much larger historical trend. Someone, or some group, had been systematically working for centuries to prevent humanity from rediscovering its technological and spiritual heritage. "The question is," Dr. Solomon said quietly, "what would happen if we reactivated this network?" Dr. Solomon's question haunted Marcus for days. The theoretical implications of reactivating an ancient global consciousness network were staggering, but the practical challenges seemed insurmountable. Most of the sites were under government control, protected by restricted access, or surrounded by modern development that would interfere with their electromagnetic properties. But Marcus couldn't let go of what he'd experienced in the King's Chamber. The sense of expanded awareness, of connection to something vast and ancient, had fundamentally changed his understanding of human potential. If that experience could be replicated and shared, it might represent the next stage of human evolution. The answer came from an unexpected source. Hassan appeared at Marcus's hotel room door early one morning, carrying a worn leather satchel and wearing an expression of nervous determination. "Doctor, Chen, my family, we have been guardians longer than we have been guides. My great-grandfather, before the British came, before the tourists, he was keeper of the old knowledge." Hassan opened the satchel to reveal documents that made Marcus's breath catch. Hand-drawn maps showing underground passages throughout the Giza Plateau. Detailed diagrams of the pyramid's internal structure, including chambers that weren't on any official archaeological survey, and most remarkably technical drawings that showed how the pyramid's systems could be manually activated. "The old knowledge, it was never lost completely," Hassan continued. "Hidden, yes. Dangerous to speak of, yes. But preserved by families like mine, waiting for someone who could understand its importance." The drawings revealed that the pyramid's consciousness-amplifying effects weren't automatic. They required specific activation procedures. Water had to be introduced into the subterranean chambers at precise volumes and timing. Certain crystals needed to be placed in the sealed chambers to focus the electromagnetic fields. And most crucially, multiple people had to participate simultaneously, their consciousness working together to achieve resonance with the global network. "Hassan, this is incredible, but how could we possibly implement it? We'd need access to the sealed chambers, permission for extended stays in the pyramid, and coordination with researchers at sites around the world." Hassan smiled, the expression of a man who had been preparing for this moment his entire life. "Dr. Chen, who do you think has been maintaining the pyramid systems all these years? The tourist guides, The security staff, the maintenance workers, many of us are descendants of the original Guardians. We have been waiting for someone like you, someone who could understand what we have been protecting. Over the next few hours, Hassan revealed the existence of a network of Guardians at ancient sites worldwide. Families who had maintained the old knowledge for generations, keeping the sites minimally functional while waiting for the time when they could be fully reactivated. The suppression Marcus had encountered wasn't just from modern governments. It was part of an ancient conflict between those who sought to preserve transformative knowledge and those who feared its implications for existing power structures. But now, Hassan said, his eyes bright with possibility, the time of hiding is ending. The world is ready for the old wisdom to return. Marcus spent the next week in secret meetings with Hassan's network. They showed him hidden passages that connected the pyramids at Giza to underground chambers extending for kilometers beneath the desert. They revealed caches of ancient crystals and metallic components that could be used to restore the pyramid's full functionality. Most remarkably, they demonstrated that they had been maintaining contact with Guardian networks at other sites around the world, using methods that seemed to blend ancient wisdom with modern technology. The plan they developed was audacious beyond anything Marcus had imagined. On the night of the next new moon, when electromagnetic conditions would be optimal, Guardian networks at 12 major sites would simultaneously activate their monuments' consciousness-amplifying systems. The Great Pyramid would serve as the primary node, with Marcus and the research team providing scientific documentation of the process. If successful, the experiment would create the first coordinated activation of the global consciousness network in over 3,000 years. The effects, according to the Guardian's preserved knowledge, would be felt worldwide. A sudden expansion of human awareness that could fundamentally alter the course of civilization. But there were risks. The ancient texts spoke of individuals who had been unprepared for the experience, whose consciousness had been overwhelmed by the sudden expansion of awareness. There were warnings about the network attracting the attention of forces that had opposed its use in the past, and there was the very real possibility that modern governments would respond to the activation with force, viewing it as a threat to established order. As Marcus stood in the king's chamber 1 week before the planned activation, surrounded by crystals and metallic components that Hassan's people had been safeguarding for millennia, he realized that he was about to participate in either the most important experiment in human history or the most dangerous. The pyramid hummed around him with renewed energy, its systems responding to the presence of the missing components. Through his consciousness, he could sense the other sites coming online around the world, their guardians preparing for an event that would either herald humanity's next evolutionary leap or mark the end of the age of secrets forever. The night of the new moon arrived with unprecedented atmospheric conditions. Aurora activity extended far beyond the polar regions, creating shimmering curtains of light visible even in Egypt's desert sky. Electromagnetic storms disrupted satellite communications worldwide, while seismic monitoring stations detected subtle but synchronized vibrations from ancient sites across the globe. Marcus stood in the king's chamber surrounded by Hassan's Guardian network and the international research team. The chamber had been transformed. Crystalline structures now occupied the corners, their faceted surfaces catching and redirecting the subtle light from their instruments. Copper coils, fashioned according to ancient diagrams, had been positioned to enhance the room's natural electromagnetic properties. Most remarkably, water from the Nile's ancient flood channels had been carefully directed into the subterranean chambers, creating the hydraulic pressure needed to activate the pyramid's piezoelectric systems. Dr. Running Bear checked her communication device one final time. Serpent Mound is reporting full activation. The electromagnetic readings are unlike anything we've ever recorded. Dr. Morrison, monitoring from Newgrange and Ireland, transmitted similar reports. The acoustic resonance here is building beyond our measurement capabilities. The entire mound is vibrating in harmony with frequencies we didn't know existed. Around the world, Guardian networks at sites from Machu Picchu to Angkor Wat were reporting the same phenomenon. Ancient monuments that had been dormant for millennia were awakening. their consciousness-amplifying systems responding to coordinated activation for the first time in recorded history. In the King's Chamber, Marcus felt the familiar sensation of expanded awareness beginning to build, but this time it was different, stronger, more focused, and connected to something vast beyond individual consciousness. Through the electromagnetic field generated by the activated pyramid, he could sense the presence of people at the other sites, their awareness merging into a collective experience that transcended physical distance. Dr. Kozlov, monitoring the electromagnetic readings, whispered in amazement, "The standing wave pattern is forming exactly as predicted. The Earth's electromagnetic field is reorganizing itself around these sites." But the experience went beyond scientific measurement. As the network reached full activation, Marcus found his consciousness expanding not just across space but across time. He could sense the pyramid builders themselves, not as historical figures but as present awareness, as if their consciousness had been preserved within the structure itself, waiting for this moment of reactivation. The ancient Egyptians hadn't just built a machine for amplifying consciousness, they had created a means of preserving it across millennia. The pyramid was a library of human awareness, containing the accumulated wisdom of a civilization that had achieved levels of understanding that modern science was only beginning to approach. Through the network, Marcus experienced visions of the ancient world as it had truly been. Not the primitive civilization described in history textbooks, but a global culture connected by consciousness-amplifying technology, capable of feats that seemed magical only because the principles had been forgotten. He saw the construction of the monuments not as slave labour directed by megalomaniacal pharaohs, but as collaborative projects undertaken by people who understood their role in maintaining humanity's connection to higher levels of awareness. Most remarkably, he experienced the reason why the network had been deactivated. As human civilizations became more hierarchical and centralized, the egalitarian consciousness expansion technology had been seen as a threat to emerging power structures. Rulers who depended on controlling information and limiting awareness had systematically dismantled the network, replacing consciousness-expanding wisdom traditions with belief systems that emphasized obedience and separation. The suppression hadn't been accidental. It had been deliberate, coordinated across cultures and centuries by those who understood that widespread access to expanded consciousness would make traditional forms of dominance impossible to maintain. But the network had been designed with safeguards. The consciousness of its builders had been preserved within the structures themselves, waiting for a time when humanity would be ready to reclaim its heritage. That time, Marcus realized, was now. As the activation reached its peak, effects began manifesting around the world. Dr. Running Bear reported that people living near the activated sites were spontaneously experiencing expanded states of consciousness. Emergency services were receiving calls about strange lights and telepathic experiences. Social media was flooded with reports of sudden insights, creative breakthroughs, and experiences of connection that transcended normal human limitations. But there was resistance as well. Military aircraft were scrambling towards several of the activated sites. Government communications were buzzing with references to unauthorized experiments and potential security threats. The same forces that had suppressed the ancient knowledge were mobilizing to contain its return. Hassan, who had been monitoring communications with Guardian networks worldwide, turned to Marcus with urgent concern. "Doctor, Chen, we have perhaps 30 minutes before official intervention begins. The network is fully activated, but maintaining it will require ongoing commitment from people around the world." Marcus understood. The ancient network hadn't been maintained by technology alone. It had required conscious participation from people who understood its importance. The reactivation was just the beginning. For the consciousness-expanding effects to continue, individuals at sites around the world would need to take responsibility for maintaining the system, despite inevitable opposition from established power structures. As sirens began wailing in the distance and the first military helicopters appeared on the horizon, Marcus made his final recordings. The scientific data would be crucial for documenting what had occurred, but the real proof would be the ongoing transformation of human consciousness that the network had initiated. The age of secrets was truly ending. But as Marcus and his team prepared to face the consequences of their world-changing experiment, he realized that the real work was just beginning. 6 months after the global awakening, as the media had dubbed it, Marcus sat in a small cafe in Prague, one of dozens of cities where consciousness research centres had spontaneously emerged. Around the world, people who had experienced the network activation had begun gathering, sharing their experiences, and developing new applications for expanded awareness. The official response had been predictable. Governments had classified the event as a coordinated hoax involving atmospheric anomalies and mass suggestion. The Guardian networks had been disbanded, the sites placed under increased security, and several researchers had found their careers and funding mysteriously terminated. But the consciousness genie was out of the bottle. Dr. Running Bear, now leading a consortium of indigenous researchers, had documented over 10,000 cases of enhanced psychic abilities manifesting in people who had been near activated sites. Dr. Kozlov was working with a network of physicists who had detected fundamental changes in quantum field behaviour around former network locations. Even Dr. Morrison, despite losing his university position, continued documenting the ongoing acoustic anomalies at ancient sites worldwide. Most remarkably, people were spontaneously rediscovering consciousness expansion techniques that had been lost for millennia. Meditation practices, acoustic healing methods, and electromagnetic sensitivity training were emerging independently in communities around the globe, as if the network activation had reawakened dormant human capabilities. Hassan had become something of a folk hero in Egypt, his family's guardianship role finally acknowledged by people who had experienced the pyramid's true power. Though official access remained restricted, underground tours of the pyramid's hidden systems had become a pilgrimage for those seeking direct experience of expanded consciousness. Marcus himself had changed profoundly. The night in the activated King's Chamber had left him with permanent access to expanded awareness states. He could sense the electromagnetic fields of other people, communicate telepathically with others who had experienced the network, and access information through methods that conventional science couldn't explain. But perhaps the most significant change was happening at a societal level. The consciousness expansion experienced by millions of people worldwide had created a generation less susceptible to manipulation, more capable of independent thinking, and naturally inclined toward cooperation rather than competition. Political movements based on fear and division were finding it increasingly difficult to gain traction. Economic systems that depended on artificial scarcity and manufactured desire were being replaced by resource-sharing networks organised through enhanced human communication abilities. The ancient pyramid builders' greatest achievement wasn't the monuments themselves, it was the civilization they had made possible. A society where expanded consciousness was the norm rather than the exception, where human potential was fully realised, and where technology served to enhance rather than replace natural human capabilities. As Marcus finished his coffee and prepared for another day of documenting the ongoing transformation, he reflected on the pyramid's true message. The structure itself had been important, but it was ultimately just a tool. The real power had always been within human consciousness itself, the capacity for awareness to expand, connect, and transcend the limitations that seemed so absolute. The pyramids had been built not to house the dead, but to awaken the living, and after 4,000 years of slumber, humanity was finally ready to reclaim its birthright. Standing in the Prague sunlight, Marcus could sense the presence of others around the world who had experienced the awakening. Through the invisible network that still connected activated sites, he felt their determination to ensure that the consciousness-expanding knowledge would never again be lost or suppressed. They told us the pyramids were tombs, but standing here, I know that's a lie. This wasn't built to bury the dead. It was built to keep the world alive, to preserve and transmit the highest potentials of human consciousness across the millennia, waiting for a time when humanity would be ready to reclaim its forgotten heritage. That time had finally come. The age of expanded consciousness had begun, and no force on earth could put the awakened human spirit back to sleep. The network hummed silently across the globe, connecting minds and hearts in ways that transcended physical distance. The ancient guardian's work was complete. The future of human consciousness stretched ahead like dawn breaking over the desert, infinite with possibility. Marcus smiled, feeling the pyramid's eternal presence in his consciousness, and stepped forward into humanity's transformed tomorrow. Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know and makes a real difference in keeping these stories coming to you. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you, and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It creates this amazing global community of truth seekers and curious minds. Now, let's get into tonight's investigation. There are places on Earth where the official story feels too clean, too rehearsed, like someone scrubbed the details until only the safe parts remained. Mount Shasta is one of those places. Rising over 14,000 feet above Northern California, it dominates the landscape like a frozen sentinel, beautiful and enigmatic. For over a century, stories have circulated about what lies beneath this mountain. Stories of underground cities, stories of ancient civilizations, stories that get dismissed as folklore, New Age fantasy, or the rambling of imaginative hikers who spent too long in thin air. But what if the dismissal is the cover-up? What if something beneath Mount Shasta forced the United States government to seal tunnels, confiscate research, and silence witnesses for nearly 90 years? This is the story of Harold Finnerty, a man who took his secrets to the grave. This is the story of his granddaughter Lila, who refused to let those secrets stay buried. And this is the story of what they found in the mountain. Something that challenges everything we think we know about human history. March 1979. The Deathbed Note. Harold Finnerty died on a grey morning in Ashland, Oregon. Heart failure, the doctor said. Quick and relatively painless for a man in his late 70s. He had lived a quiet life after retiring from the United States Geological Survey, tending a small garden, reading military history and keeping mostly to himself. His neighbours described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who never quite seemed at ease, even in his own home. His granddaughter Lila arrived 3 days after his death to help sort through his belongings. She had always been close to Harold, closer than most grandchildren manage with their grandparents. He had encouraged her curiosity, her questions, her refusal to accept simple answers to complex problems. As a child, she had asked him why the sky was blue, and instead of giving her the standard explanation, he had taught her about wavelengths and atmospheric scattering. That was Harold. He never dumbed things down. The house smelled of old books and pipe tobacco. Leela moved through the room slowly, feeling the weight of absence in every corner. Harold's desk sat near the window, covered in papers and notebooks. She began sorting them into piles: financial documents, personal letters, old survey maps from his USGS days. It was methodical work, the kind that keeps your hands busy while your mind processes grief. Then she found the envelope. It was tucked inside a locked drawer in the bottom of his desk, beneath a false bottom she only discovered because the drawer seemed too shallow compared to the others. The envelope was thick, made of heavy paper that had yellowed with age. Across the front, in Harold's precise handwriting, were words that made her stop breathing for just a moment. Mount Shasta. Do not open classified. Lila sat back in the chair, holding the envelope up to the light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Harold had worked on dozens of geological surveys during his career. She'd seen his maps before, his field notes, his careful documentation of rock formations and water tables, but she'd never seen anything marked classified. The USGS did not deal in classified material. They mapped the Earth's surface. They studied earthquakes and volcanoes. They published their findings for other scientists to review. So why would her grandfather have a sealed envelope marked with government classification warnings? She broke the seal. Inside were 3 items. The first was a hand-drawn topographic map of Mount Shasta, rendered with the kind of precision that came from decades of professional cartography. The mountain's familiar silhouette was marked with contour lines, drainage patterns, and geological features. But there was something else. On the eastern side of the mountain, below the tree line, a location was marked with a red X and labelled in small, urgent letters, Addit 7, closed 1934. The second item was a series of photographs, black and white, badly faded. They showed the interior of what looked like a tunnel or cave. The walls appeared smooth, too smooth for natural rock formations. In one photograph, a hand was pressed against the wall for scale. The texture looked almost metallic, reflective in the harsh light of the camera flash. The third item was a handwritten note on a torn piece of paper. The mountain is hollow in the wrong places. They found something in 1934. We sealed it, but it wakes. Lila read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of it. Harold's handwriting, no question. But the words felt wrong, almost panicked. Harold had been a scientist, rational to his core. He did not write about mountains waking or hollow spaces in wrong places. He wrote about basalt layers and glacial movements and tectonic activity. She was still holding the note when she heard the vehicles pull up outside. 2 black SUVs parked in front of Harold's house. 4 men in dark suits emerged, moving with the kind of coordinated efficiency that suggested military or federal training. Lila watched from the window as they approached the front door. No badges visible, no agency identification. Just 4 men who knocked once, firmly, and then waited. She opened the door. "Miss Finnerty?" The man hissed. Front was tall, late 40s, with a face that gave away nothing. "We're here to collect materials related to your grandfather's work with the United States Geological Survey. It's standard procedure when a former employee with security clearance passes away." "Security clearance?" Lila kept her voice steady. "My grandfather was a cartographer. He mapped mountains." Nevertheless, the man's expression did not change. "We need to collect his notebooks, maps, and any documents related to his survey work. It will only take a few minutes." They were inside before she could protest. They moved through Harold's house like they had done this before, opening drawers, checking shelves, moving with practiced efficiency. They took his notebooks. They took his old survey equipment. They took boxes of papers from the garage that Lila had not even opened yet. The tall man noticed her watching. "This is routine, Miss Finnerty. Nothing to be concerned about." "Then why do you need his old maps?" "Government property. Technically, any work he did while employed by the USGS belongs to the federal government. We're just reclaiming what's ours." They were gone in less than 20 minutes. Lila stood in the now ransacked house, feeling like she had just been robbed by her own government. But they had not found the envelope. It was still in her jacket pocket, pressed against her chest like a secret heartbeat. That night she spread the map and photographs across her kitchen table and began to research. If someone wanted Harold's materials badly enough to confiscate them within days of his death, then those materials contained something worth hiding. She was going to find out what. The real history, they tell us, Mount Shasta has always been a mountain wrapped in mystery. For the indigenous Karuk, Shasta and Modoc peoples, it was a sacred place, home to the Great Spirit. White settlers arriving in the mid-1800s found themselves equally drawn to the mountain's imposing presence, and soon stories began circulating about what might lie beneath its snow-covered slopes. The Lemurian legend emerged in the late 1880s. According to the story, survivors of a lost continent called Lemuria, similar to Atlantis, had fled to Mount Shasta and established an underground city called Telos. These tall, white-robed figures would occasionally emerge to purchase supplies in nearby towns, paying with gold nuggets of unusual purity. In August of 1884, the San Francisco Chronicle published an account from a prospector named J.C. Brown, who claimed to have discovered an underground city carved into the mountain, complete with gold shields, hieroglyphs, and mummified remains of beings over 8 feet tall. The story captivated readers, though Brown mysteriously vanished before he could lead an expedition back to the site. By 1904, the legend had solidified with the publication of A Dweller on Two Planets, written by Frederick Spencer Oliver. The book described advanced beings living beneath Shasta, possessing technology far beyond human capability. It became a foundational text for the New Age movement and cemented Mount Shasta's reputation as a centre of mystical activity. But here is what the legends do not tell you. Here is the part that gets buried beneath the folklore and the New Age tourism. The United States Geological Survey began heavily mapping Mount Shasta in 1925. Teams of surveyors spent months in the field, documenting every ridge, every canyon, every geological formation. They returned in 1932 for more detailed work, and then again in 1934. Something happened during that 1934 survey. The official records are sparse, almost deliberately vague. A USGS team led by a geologist named Thomas Eldridge was conducting cave surveys on the eastern face of the mountain when they disappeared for 48 hours. When they finally emerged, their report mentioned disorientation and strange acoustics inside the cavern system. They noted that sounds echoed in ways that seemed impossible given the cave's dimensions, and they experienced unusual equipment malfunctions that they could not explain. The report was filed and then seemingly forgotten, except the surveying tunnels, designated Adit 1 through Adit 9, were all quietly sealed within months. The official reason given was structural instability and risk of collapse. No further surveys were conducted in that region for over 20 years. Then there was the aerial incident of 1945. During post-war mapping missions, United States Army Air Force pilots were conducting photographic surveys of the West Coast. One pilot, Lieutenant Marcus Webb, documented an unusual observation in his flight log. While circling the south face of Mount Shasta, he noted what appeared to be an opening in the rock face that reflected light in a metallic manner. He circled back for a second pass and took additional photographs. The photographs exist. They are part of the official military archive. But the official explanation given was ice reflection, a play of light on glacial formations. The opening Lieutenant Webb documented does not appear on any current geological survey. When Lila Finnerty began researching these incidents, she was not looking for proof of underground cities or lost civilizations. She was looking for an explanation of why her grandfather would have a sealed envelope marked classified, and why federal agents would confiscate his materials within days of his death. What she found instead was a pattern of official interest, official secrecy, and official dismissal that stretched back almost 50 years. Harold Finnerty's shadow surveys. Lila spent 3 weeks in libraries and archives, chasing down references to her grandfather's work. His official employment record with the USGS showed steady, unremarkable service from 1948 through 1976. He had worked on surveys in California, Oregon, and Washington. He had published papers on volcanic geology and tectonic mapping. Everything was normal, documented, and publicly accessible, until she found the gaps. Between 1956 and 1959, Harold's official work record showed him assigned to routine topographic surveys in the Cascade Range. But when Lila requested the specific survey reports from that period, she was told that those documents were not available for public review. When she asked why, she was informed that they had been reclassified by the Department of Defense as part of Cold War security protocols. Why would basic geological surveys be classified for national security reasons? She started searching for anything Harold might have left behind that the federal agents had missed. She checked his house again, more carefully this time, looking for hiding places she might have overlooked. She found them in the garage, tucked inside the hollow leg of an old workbench. More notebooks. These were different from his official USGS field books. The pages were water-stained, the handwriting hurried, almost frantic in places. They were dated between 1956 and 1959, the exact years of the classified surveys. Lila spread them across her table and began reading. The surveys had been ordered by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, not the USGS. Harold had been temporarily assigned to a joint military-civilian team conducting what was officially described as seismic monitoring research. The Cold War was at its height, and the government was deeply concerned about detecting Soviet nuclear tests. Seismic stations were being established throughout the western United States to create an early warning network. But Harold's notes described something else entirely. Subterranean resonance patterns inconsistent with known cave systems, he wrote on one page. Echoes suggest regular geometric spacing beneath primary cavern. On another page, thermal void pockets at depths that should not support such temperatures, heat source unknown. And then, circled in red ink, not natural. Lila felt something shift in her understanding. Her grandfather had not been mapping the surface of Mount Shasta. He had been mapping what was beneath it, and he had found something that should not exist. She kept reading. References to Cyclopean geometry, a term usually reserved for massive ancient stonework like the walls of Mycenae or the temples of Malta. References to metallic signatures in soil samples. References to electromagnetic anomalies that interfered with surveying equipment. One entry from July 1958 was particularly striking. Descended into a DEET 7 with the team. The tunnel extends far beyond the 1934 seal. We broke through yesterday. The corridor beyond is not natural. The walls are too smooth. The angles are too precise. There is a smell like ozone and hot metal. The temperature rises as you descend. At the third junction, we found markings. Not native, not English, not any language we recognise. Lila stopped reading and sat back, her mind racing. Addit 7. The same designation marked on the map Harold had sealed in the envelope. There was more. Clipped to the back of one notebook was a photograph, black and white, badly faded. It showed 3 men standing in front of what looked like a tunnel entrance. The men wore field gear from the 1950s. Behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a wall that looked too smooth to be natural rock. On the back of the photograph, someone had written 3 names: Harold Finnerty, James Pollock, Thomas Eldridge. Thomas Eldridge, the same name from the 1934 USGS team that disappeared for 48 hours. Lila grabbed her laptop and started searching. Thomas Eldridge had led the 1934 survey. According to newspaper archives, he had gone missing 3 months after returning from Mount Shasta. His body was never found. The official report called it a hiking accident, though no evidence of such an accident was ever documented. All of his maps and field notes had been seized by the Department of the Interior in October 1934. 24 years later, Harold Finnerty was working with a team that included Thomas Eldridge's name on the back of a photograph. Either the man had not died in 1934, or Harold had been studying Eldridge's original work. There was one more item in the notebooks that made Lila's hands tremble as she held it. A letter Harold had written, but apparently never sent, dated June 1952. The tunnels extend far beneath the volcanic shelf. Eldridge was right. The structure is artificial. The metal is older than the strata. I do not know what we have found, but I know it should not be here. I know that every instinct in me says we should seal this and walk away. But they will not stop. They need to know what it is, and I fear what will happen when they find out. Project Chasse 2, the Cold War connection. It took Lila another month to find the binder. She discovered it in a storage unit Harold had rented under a false name, a detail she only uncovered because he had kept the key taped under the drawer of an old filing cabinet. The storage unit was in Reading, nearly 2 hours south of where Harold had lived. Inside were boxes of materials that the federal agents had missed, things Harold had clearly hidden away deliberately. The binder was labelled Chasse 2, Cold War Seismic Anomaly Study, 1957. This was not folklore. This was not conspiracy theory. This was a real government document stamped with Department of Defense insignia, complete with project codes and authorization signatures. During the 1950s, the United States government genuinely did conduct extensive seismic and geological studies on West Coast volcanoes. The official purpose was monitoring for nuclear tests, creating a network of sensors that could detect underground explosions anywhere on the planet. Mount Shasta, as one of the tallest and most geologically active peaks in the Cascades, was a natural choice for such monitoring. But the Shasta binder contained information that went far beyond seismic monitoring. The first section documented equipment malfunctions in the Shasta region, magnetometers going haywire, seismographs recording vibrations that did not match any known geological activity, radio interference so severe that teams had to communicate using written notes because their walkie-talkies produced only static. The second section was titled Structural Analysis. Here, the language became more technical and more disturbing. Engineers described finding echo patterns that suggested large hollow spaces deep beneath the mountain, spaces that did not match known cave systems. The geometry was wrong. Natural caves form along fracture lines and water channels, creating irregular organic patterns. The spaces beneath Shasta formed regular geometric shapes. One page was marked with a red stamp, structural echoes unlike caves. Another page, metallic signature below basalt layers, and then, circled in black ink, do not breach. Layer 5, Layer 5. Lila flipped through the binder, looking for any reference to what Layer 5 might be. She found it near the back, in a section marked Recommendations. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the message was clear. Further excavation beyond Layer 4 is not recommended. Preliminary analysis suggests that Layer 5 contains the primary anomaly source. Equipment failures increase significantly at depths below 1200 meters. Structural integrity of surrounding rock questionable. Team safety cannot be guaranteed. Translation. They found something deep in the mountain, and they were afraid to dig any deeper. The final item in the binder made Lila question everything she thought she understood about her government's relationship with the truth. It was a transcript, dated March 1971. The header read, Remote Viewing Session, Subject, Anomalous Geological Formation. Location, Northern California. Remote viewing. The CIA program that trained psychics to spy on Soviet installations by projecting their consciousness across space. Lila knew about Project Stargate. It had been declassified in the mid-1990s, revealed to the public as one of the strange artifacts of Cold War paranoia. The program officially began in 1972, but this transcript was dated 1971, a year before Stargate supposedly started. The transcript was formatted like an interview. Handler. Please describe what you perceive at the target location. Viewer. 12. I see stone. No, not stone. Metal. It looks like metal but old. Very old. Covered in stone. Handler. Can you describe the shape? Viewer. 12. A chamber. Big. The walls curve up like a dome. There are patterns on the metal. Symbols maybe. I cannot read them. Handler. Where is this chamber located? Viewer. 12. Under snow. A tall mountain. North of Reading. Very deep. It is cold there, but the chamber is warm. There is something in the centre. It glows faintly. Handler. What is in the centre? Viewer. 12. I do not want to look at it. It feels wrong, like it is watching me even though I am not really there. Handler. Please continue. Viewer. 12. A sphere. Silver or grey. It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal is not human. The proportions are wrong. Everything about this place feels wrong. Whoever built this was not human. Handler. You're safe. The target cannot harm you. Continue. Viewer. 12. There are handprints on the wall near the entrance. pressed into the metal when it was soft. 5 fingers on the left hand, 6 fingers on the right. They are not human hands. The transcript ended there, stamped with a code. Session terminated. Viewer distress. Lila sat in the storage unit for a long time, holding the transcript in her hands. This was not legend. This was not folklore passed down through generations of New Age believers. This was a classified government document describing something beneath Mount Shasta that should not exist. Her grandfather had been part of the team that found it, and now she needed to find it herself. Finding Adit 7. Lila spent 2 months preparing. She was not a mountaineer, not a splunker, not trained for underground exploration. But she was Harold Finnerty's granddaughter, and she inherited his stubbornness along with his curiosity. She bought equipment, she studied maps, she read everything she could find about the eastern face of Mount Shasta, the McCloud region, the Mud Creek drainage area, and Dilla Canyon. Adit 7 had been sealed in 1934. According to mining records, it was one of 9 exploratory tunnels dug during a brief period when prospectors believed there might be valuable mineral deposits in the volcanic rock. The tunnels had been abandoned when no significant ore was found, and most had collapsed or been deliberately sealed due to safety concerns. But Harold's map showed that Adit 7 went deeper than the official records indicated, much deeper. Lila drove to Mount Shasta in late October, when the tourist season had ended and the backcountry roads were mostly empty. She parked her truck near the old McCloud logging road and hiked in, carrying 60 pounds of gear on her back. The entrance to Adit 7 was supposed to be at roughly 8,000 feet elevation, hidden in a fold of rock near the tree line. It took her 3 days of searching to find it. The entrance had been buried under a rock slide, probably deliberately. Someone had piled stones across the opening and planted brush to hide it from casual hikers, but erosion had created a small gap at the top, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Lila was determined enough. She wriggled through the gap, her headlamp cutting a narrow beam into the darkness beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, smelling of dust and stone. The tunnel stretched ahead, carved through volcanic rock, the walls rough and irregular. This was consistent with the mining tunnels from the 1930s, hand-drilled and blasted by men looking for gold or silver. She followed the tunnel down, descending into the mountain. After 50 yards, the character of the tunnel changed. The walls became smoother, the angles more precise. The temperature rose slightly, enough to notice. After 100 yards, she found the seal. It was a concrete wall, thick and professionally installed, completely blocking the tunnel. Stamped into the concrete was a date, November 1934. This was the official seal, the one placed after Thomas Eldridge's team reported their disorientation and strange experiences. But Harold's notes had said they broke through the seal in 1958. She examined the concrete wall carefully, running her hands over the surface, and then she found it. A crack, barely visible, running from floor to ceiling along the left side. Someone had cut through the concrete and then carefully sealed it again. The newer concrete was slightly different in colour, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Lila pulled out her tools and began chipping away at the newer section. The concrete was old enough to crumble easily under the impact of a hammer and chisel. It took her 2 hours, but she finally broke through. The tunnel beyond was different. The walls were smooth, almost polished. The rock looked melted rather than carved, like something impossibly hot had bored through the volcanic stone. The floor sloped downward at a steady angle, descending deeper into the mountain. Her headlamp beam reflected strangely off the walls, creating odd patterns of light and shadow. She walked for what felt like an hour, though her watch said only 20 minutes had passed. Time felt wrong down here. Sounds felt wrong too. Her footsteps echoed in ways that made no sense, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible, as if the tunnel itself was changing its acoustic properties. The temperature continued to rise. By the time she reached the junction, It was uncomfortably warm, like being in a greenhouse on a summer day. She checked her thermometer. 85 degrees. That made no sense. She was deep inside a mountain that had snow on its peaks. It should be near freezing, not warm enough to make her sweat. The junction split into 3 passages. The centre passage was marked with a cairn of stones deliberately placed. Someone before her had marked the way. Harold? Thomas Eldridge? She did not know. She followed the centre passage. The walls here were not stone. They were metal. Smooth grey metal that looked old beyond measure, tarnished but not rusted. She reached out to touch it, and the surface was warm, almost body temperature. Patterns were etched into the metal, repeating geometric designs that looked almost like writing but followed no linguistic structure she recognised. This was what Harold had meant. This was what should not be here. Metal walls inside a volcanic mountain, warm to the touch, covered in symbols that predated any known language. She kept walking, and the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The chamber beneath the mountain. The chamber was enormous. Lila's headlamp beam could not reach the far wall. The ceiling curved upward into a dome, just like Viewer 12 had described in the remote viewing transcript. The floor was made of the same grey metal, smooth and slightly warm beneath her boots. She pulled out a flashlight, a heavy-duty spotlight she had bought specifically for this expedition, and switched it on. The beam swept across the chamber, revealing its true size. It was easily 200 feet across, maybe more. The metal floor was inscribed with concentric circles, radiating outward from a central pedestal. Lila walked toward the centre, her footsteps echoing strangely in the vast space. The acoustics were wrong, just like the USGS report from 1934 had noted. Some sounds echoed loudly, bouncing off the curved walls. Other sounds were absorbed, deadened, as if the chamber itself was selectively filtering noise. Near the wall she found what the remote viewer had described. Handprints pressed into the metal, fossilised in whatever substance had been soft enough to take an impression before it hardened. The left hand had 5 fingers, the right hand had 6. The proportions were close to human, but not quite right. The fingers were longer, the palm narrower. Whoever had built this place was not human. Or if they were human in a way that predated everything anthropologists thought they knew about human evolution. The pedestal in the centre of the chamber rose about 4 feet from the floor. It was made of the same metal as everything else, but the surface was covered in more intricate patterns, symbols layered upon symbols in a way that suggested deep meaning if only you could read the language. On top of the pedestal sat a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly smooth, made of metal that looked silver in her flashlight beam. The surface was covered in tiny inscriptions, spiralling around the sphere in lines so fine they were almost invisible. As Lila approached, she felt something shift in the air around her. A vibration, barely perceptible, like standing next to high-voltage power lines. This was the artifact Harold had sketched in his notebooks. This was what the government had sealed behind concrete and bureaucratic silence for nearly 50 years. Near the base of the pedestal, someone had left a metal plaque. The plaque was newer than the chamber, maybe from the 1950s based on the style of the lettering. It read, "Eldridge found the heart. We were never meant to open it." Lila stood there for a long time staring at the sphere. Every instinct told her not to touch it. The warnings in Harold's notes, the government's desperate attempts to seal this place, the plaque left by someone who clearly feared what they had discovered, all of it screamed danger. But she had come this far. She had broken through the seals. She had descended into the mountain. She needed to understand what this thing was. She reached out and touched the sphere. For a moment nothing happened. The metal was warm, warmer than the air around it, and the surface felt slightly rough, like fine sandpaper. Then the inscriptions began to glow. Faint blue light traced the spiral patterns, spreading from where her hand made contact outward, across the entire surface of the sphere. The vibration in the air intensified. Lila pulled her hand back, but the glow continued, growing brighter. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls humming with a low frequency that she felt in her chest more than heard with her ears. She checked her thermal reader. The temperature had spiked. The sphere was now registering at over 200 degrees, though it had not felt that hot when she touched it. The floor beneath the pedestal was glowing faintly, lines of light spreading outward along the concentric circles. Something beneath the chamber was waking up. Lila backed away from the pedestal, her heart hammering. This was not an artifact. This was not a relic of a dead civilization. This was a machine, still functional, still powered by something that had survived for thousands of years or longer. She needed to leave. Now. She ran back toward the tunnel entrance, the chamber's glow brightening behind her. The hum became a rhythmic pulse, mechanical and deliberate. Whatever she had activated was not shutting down. If anything, it was building towards something, a cycle that had been interrupted decades ago and was now resuming. Harold's final message. Lila made it back to her truck just as the sun was setting. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the steering wheel. She drove back to town, checked into a motel and collapsed on the bed, exhausted and terrified. That night she could not sleep. She kept hearing the hum from the chamber, that mechanical pulse that felt older than humanity itself. She kept seeing the glow spreading across the sphere, the light tracing patterns that might have been writing, or might have been something else entirely, some form of communication that humans were never meant to understand. She needed to know what Harold had thought about all this. She needed to hear his voice, his reasoning, his conclusions. She went back to the boxes of materials she'd taken from his storage unit and searched through everything one more time. She found the tape recorder buried at the bottom of a box of old survey equipment. It was an old reel-to-reel model from the 1970s, the kind Harold would have used for field notes. A single tape was still loaded on the reels. She pressed play. Harold's voice filled the room, older than she remembered, tired but clear. This is Harold Finnerty, recording on March 8th, 1979. If you are listening to this, it means I am dead, and it means you found what I have hidden. Good. Someone needs to know the truth. Someone needs to understand what we found beneath Mount Shasta. In 1958, our team broke through the seal that Eldridge's team had placed in 1934. We descended into the mountain, following tunnels that should not exist, tunnels that were not created by natural geological processes or by human mining equipment. The tunnels led us to a chamber. Inside that chamber we found evidence of a civilization that predates anything in the archaeological record. The metal is older than the rock surrounding it. Carbon dating puts the surrounding basalt at roughly 300,000 years old. The metal cannot be dated using conventional methods, but analysis of the oxidation pattern suggests it is far, far older. Millions of years, perhaps. We found a machine. Not ruins, not artifacts. An active, functional machine built by intelligences we cannot comprehend. When we activated it, we triggered something. Seismographs across Northern California recorded vibrations that did not match any known seismic activity. The vibrations came from beneath Mount Shasta, rhythmic and mechanical, like something vast was coming back to life after sleeping for eons. We sealed it again. We had to. The government ordered us to bury everything we found, to seal the chamber, and never speak of it. They were afraid, not of what the public would think, but of what the machine might do if we continued to interfere with it. But here is what they did not understand. Here is what I did not understand until years later. The machine does not need us to activate it. It wakes on its own. Every few decades, seismographs pick up those same vibrations. They are always attributed to minor earthquakes, tectonic adjustments, volcanic activity. But I know better. The machine beneath Mount Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is alien, and it is waiting. I do not know what it is waiting for. I do not know what it will do when it fully awakens. I only know that we were never meant to find it, and we were certainly never meant to activate it. If you have listened to this tape, if you have found my notes and my maps, please understand the weight of what I am telling you. The truth is not what you think. The mountain is not what you think. And we are not alone in our history. The tape ended with a click, and the room fell silent. Lila sat there for a long time, processing what she had heard. Harold had known. He had known for over 20 years that something was beneath the mountain, something that challenged everything humanity believed about its place in the universe and its timeline on Earth. And now she had activated it again. The cover-up arrives. Lila checked out of the motel the next morning and started driving south. She planned to go to Sacramento, maybe find a journalist or a researcher who would take her evidence seriously. She had photographs. She had Harold's notes. She had the tape recording. Someone needed to know what was beneath Mount Shasta. She made it 20 miles before she noticed the black SUVs. There were 3 of them, travelling in formation, keeping a steady distance behind her. When she sped up, they sped up. When she slowed down, they matched her pace. They were not even trying to hide their presence. Lila pulled off the highway at a rest stop. The SUVs pulled in behind her. 6 men emerged, wearing the same dark suits and expressionless faces she'd seen at Harold's house. The man in front was tall, late 40s, with cold eyes that suggested he had done this many times before. He walked up to her truck window. "Miss Finnerty, we need you to come with us." "Who are you?" "That is not relevant. What is relevant is that you entered a restricted area yesterday. You accessed classified materials. You activated equipment that poses a significant security risk." "I do not know what you're talking about." The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You saw the interior. That means you know too much. We can do this easily, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice." Lila looked at the 6 men surrounding her truck. She looked at the empty rest stop, no other vehicles in sight. She looked at the man's cold eyes and understood that she was not going to talk her way out of this. She needed to run. She started the truck, gunned the engine, and drove straight at the man in front of her. He dove aside and she swerved around the SUVs, accelerating back onto the highway. Behind her, the SUVs scrambled to follow. She drove fast, faster than she'd ever driven, weaving through traffic, taking exits at random, trying to lose them in the maze of back roads. But they stayed with her, coordinated and relentless. These were professionals. They had resources she could not match. She remembered the side tunnels. When she had explored Adit 7, she had seen other passages branching off from the main corridor. Some led deeper into the mountain. Some led back toward the surface. If she could get back to the mountain, she could lose them in the tunnels. She turned north, heading back toward Mount Shasta. The SUVs followed. She drove up the old logging road, her truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, pushing the vehicle far beyond what it was designed for. She reached the area near Adit 7 just as the sun was setting. She abandoned the truck and ran into the forest, carrying only a small backpack, with her flashlight and Harold's most important notes. Behind her she heard doors slamming, men shouting, engines revving. They were coming. She made it to the rock slide covering Adit 7 and squeezed through the gap. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness as she ran down the tunnel, descending into the mountain. She heard voices behind her, echoing strangely in the confined space. She ran past the broken seal, past the junction, into the smooth metal corridors that should not exist. The men were still following, but they were slowing down, cautious now. They knew what was down here. They knew it was dangerous. Lila found one of the side passages and ducked into it, switching off her flashlight. She crouched in the darkness, listening. Footsteps echoed past her hiding spot, moving toward the central chamber. Radio static crackled, voices speaking in clipped military jargon. She waited in the darkness for what felt like hours. Eventually the footsteps retreated. The voices faded. She was alone again, deep inside Mount Shasta, surrounded by metal walls that hummed with ancient power. She found another passage that led upward, following the natural slope of the mountain. It took her 3 hours of climbing through narrow tunnels, but eventually she emerged on the northern face of the mountain, miles from where she'd entered. Behind her, she heard helicopters. She looked back and saw lights converging on the Adit 7 region. Heavy machinery was being brought in. They were sealing it again, just like they had in 1934 and again in 1958. But this time, they were not taking any chances. She heard explosions echoing across the mountain. They were collapsing the tunnels completely. The final revelation. 3 months later, Layla received a small package at a post office box she had rented under a false name. There was no return address. Inside was a fragment of metal, grey and smooth, warm to the touch even though it had been sitting in a cold mail facility. The metal was identical to the walls of the chamber beneath Mount Shasta. Wrapped around the metal was a note written in Harold's handwriting. The machine inside Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is waiting. Do not let them bury the truth again. But this made no sense. Harold had died before Layla ever entered the mountain. He could not have sent this package, unless he had prepared it years ago, setting up some kind of delayed delivery system, unless he had known she would go looking for answers, or unless the note was not from Harold at all. Layla spread out all her remaining evidence on her apartment floor. The photographs, the notes, the tape recording, Harold's maps, the metal fragment. She had spent 3 months in hiding, moving from town to town, afraid that the men in black SUVs would find her again. But they had not come. Maybe they thought the evidence had been destroyed. Maybe they thought she would stay silent out of fear. They were wrong. That night, the mountain rumbled. Local seismographs picked up vibrations centered directly beneath Mount Shasta. The frequency was low, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Geologists attributed it to minor tectonic adjustments. Volcanic activity settling after decades of dormancy. Nothing to be concerned about. But Layla knew better. She had heard that rhythm before, deep in the chamber, when she had touched the sphere and felt something vast wake beneath her feet. The machine was still active. The seals had not stopped it. The explosives had not buried it deeply enough. Whatever was beneath Mount Shasta, whatever Harold and Thomas Eldridge and countless others had found over the decades, it was older than human civilization. It was patient, and it was waking. No earthquake was officially reported that night, even though thousands of people across Northern California felt the tremor. The United States Geological Survey issued no statements. No warnings were given. The incident was not recorded in any official database. But Layla had felt it. She had felt the pulse of something ancient stirring beneath the mountain, counting down to a moment when it would fully awaken. And when that moment came, the government's carefully maintained silence would no longer matter. The truth beneath Mount Shasta would reveal itself, whether humanity was ready for it or not. Some mountains hold secrets in their stone. Some mountains hold mysteries in their caves. But Mount Shasta holds something else entirely. It holds evidence of intelligences that walked this earth long before we did, and it holds machines that still function after millions of years of silence. Harold Finnerty died trying to warn us. Thomas Eldridge vanished trying to understand it. Layla Finnerty risked everything to uncover it. The question is not whether the truth will come out. The question is what will happen when it does. The mountain remembers, the machine remembers, and deep beneath the snow and stone and ancient metal, something is waking, something is waiting, something is counting down the years until it emerges from the darkness and shows humanity just how small and young we really are in the vast timeline of this planet. Mount Shasta stands silent against the sky, beautiful and enigmatic. But if you listen carefully, if you place your hand against the stone and feel for vibrations that should not be there, you might just sense it. The rhythm, the pulse, the heartbeat of something older than human memory. And you might realise, as Harold did, as Lila did, that we were never alone on this earth. We just forgot to look beneath the mountains. Snow-cold silence. The Karen Red case. Thanks to Kristin for this incredible story idea. Now let's begin tonight's breakdown. The night was ending, but for some, it would never truly be over. Picture a quiet Massachusetts suburb blanketed in fresh snow. The kind of snow that muffles sound, that makes the world feel suspended in time. In those early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, a Lexus SUV backed out of a residential driveway at 7 minutes past 5 in the morning. The camera captured it all in grainy detail. Inside that vehicle sat Karen Reed, a financial analyst whose life was about to become a national obsession. What she didn't know as those tyres crunched over ice was that her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, lay dying in the snow just miles away. And what none of them knew was that this death would unravel into one of the most controversial criminal cases in modern Massachusetts history, splitting a community down the middle and raising questions that still echo through courtrooms and living rooms across America. This is not just a story about a death in the snow. This is a story about what happens when the people sworn to find the truth might be the ones hiding it. The night everything changed. January 28th, 2022 started like many winter weekends in the Boston area. Karen Red and John O'Keefe had been dating for over 2 years. He was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department, a father figure to his niece and nephew after his sister's death, a man known for his dedication to family and his work. Karen was successful in her own right, established in her career, respected by colleagues. They were the kind of couple that seemed solid, the kind neighbours would describe as nice people, without a second thought. Around 9 that evening, they arrived at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton, Massachusetts. It was a typical night out, drinks with friends, laughter cutting through the winter chill that had settled over the region. Security cameras captured them entering together. Witnesses later recalled seeing them at the bar, nothing unusual, nothing that suggested the tragedy waiting in the hours ahead. The evening wore on, drinks were poured, conversations flowed, and eventually, as it always does, the night began winding down. After midnight, they left the bar. This is where the story everyone thought they knew begins to fracture into competing narratives, each one claiming truth, each one pointing fingers in different directions. According to the prosecution's version of events, Karen and John drove to 34 Fairview Road, the home of Brian Albert, a former Boston police officer who had retired from the force. It was supposed to be an after-party, a chance to continue the night's festivities in a more private setting. But somewhere in the confusion of that snowy night, something went terribly wrong. At 7 minutes past 5 on the morning of January 29th, surveillance footage captured Karen's Lexus SUV backing out of the garage at John's residence in Canton. The timestamp would become crucial, dissected frame by frame in the investigation to come. Shortly after that footage was recorded, John O'Keefe was found lying in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road. He was unresponsive, his body already succumbing to the brutal Massachusetts winter. Emergency responders arrived to find a man face down in the snow, his clothing soaked through, his body temperature dangerously low. They rushed him to the hospital, but the damage was done. At 59 minutes past 7 that morning, John O'Keefe was pronounced dead. The cause, according to the initial medical examination, was blunt force trauma to the head combined with hypothermia. A police officer, a father figure, a boyfriend, gone in the span of a few frozen hours. The question everyone immediately asked was simple. What happened? The answer, it turned out, was anything but simple. The investigation begins. When a police officer dies under mysterious circumstances, the investigation typically moves with precision and urgency. Fellow officers rally to find answers, to bring closure to the family, to ensure that justice is served. This case would follow that pattern, but with twists that no one could have predicted. Within days, investigators had begun piecing together what they believed was a clear narrative. They focused on Karen Reed. Her vehicle had a cracked tail light. Fragments of red and clear plastic consistent with automotive taillight material were found at the scene where John's body was discovered. Karen had been drinking that night, and her blood alcohol level, recorded later that morning, was elevated. To the initial investigators, it seemed straightforward. A tragic accident caused by impaired driving. Karen had struck John with her vehicle, either while dropping him off or during some kind of altercation, and then fled the scene in panic or confusion. On February 2nd, just 4 days after John's death, Karen Reed was arrested. The charges were severe: manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Each charge carried significant prison time. The district attorney's office presented their case to the public with confidence. They had physical evidence, they had motive in the form of relationship troubles, and they had witnesses who would testify to seeing the aftermath. But even as the prosecution built their case, cracks were beginning to show. Questions emerged that didn't have easy answers. Witnesses offered contradictory statements. Evidence that should have been clear-cut became murky under scrutiny. And Karen Reed, through her attorneys, began to tell a very different story. The defence didn't just argue that Karen was innocent of accidentally striking John with her vehicle. They argued something far more explosive, that John O'Keefe never died, outside 34 Fairview Road. They claimed he died inside the house, the victim of an assault by people who were supposed to be his friends, his colleagues in law enforcement. And they argued that those same people, desperate to cover up their involvement, had framed Karen Reed for a crime she didn't commit. It was a conspiracy theory in the truest sense. And like all conspiracy theories that gain traction, it was built on a foundation of suspicious coincidences, unanswered questions, and a deep distrust of the official narrative. The theory that changed everything. In April 2023, more than a year after John's death, Karen Reed's defence team went public with their alternative theory in a dramatic fashion. They released affidavits, held press conferences, and launched what they called the Canton Cover-Up campaign. The name itself was designed to provoke, to suggest that this wasn't just a case of mistaken identity or faulty investigation, but an active conspiracy involving multiple law enforcement officers working together to frame an innocent woman. The defence's theory was elaborate but internally consistent. They argued that on that night in January 2022, John O'Keefe did go to 34 Fairview Road, but he went inside the house. Once there, according to this theory, he was involved in some kind of altercation. Perhaps it was an argument that escalated. Perhaps it was a physical confrontation that went too far. The specifics were unclear, but the result, the defence claimed, was that John was severely injured inside that home. Faced with a dying or dead police officer in their house, the occupants panicked. These weren't random civilians. They were current and former law enforcement, people who understood exactly how serious the situation was, people who knew how investigations worked, people who had the connections and knowledge to potentially manipulate the system. So instead of calling for help, instead of telling the truth, they made a different choice. They carried John's body outside, placed him in the snow, and began constructing an alternative narrative that would shift blame onto Karen Reed. It sounds almost too calculated to be believable. But the defence had evidence to support their claims, and some of it was genuinely disturbing. The most striking piece of evidence was a Google search conducted on a phone associated with the Albert household. At 27 minutes past 2 in the morning on January 29th, hours before John's body was officially discovered, someone searched for the phrase, "How long to die in cold." The timestamp was crucial. If John was already outside at that time, dying in the snow, why would someone inside the house be searching for information about how long hypothermia takes to kill? The defence argued this search was made by someone who knew John was outside, someone who was watching the clock, someone who needed to know how long to wait before discovering the body. Then there was the taillight. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the cracked taillight of Karen's Lexus as proof that she had struck John with her vehicle. But the defence brought in experts who examined photographs of the taillight taken at different times during the investigation. These experts testified that the damage pattern didn't match what would be expected from striking a person. More concerning, they claimed the photographs showed the taillight had been damaged further between initial evidence photos and later examination, suggesting someone had tampered with the evidence to make it appear more consistent with the prosecution's theory. Witness statements also began to unravel under scrutiny. Multiple people who were at 34 Fairview Road that night gave statements to police. But their accounts didn't align. Some said they never saw John arrive. Others said they were asleep and didn't know he'd been there at all. But phone records and other evidence suggested more activity in the house during the crucial hours than these witnesses were admitting. Why would people lie about whether they saw John unless they had something to hide? The investigation of the investigators. As the defence's theory gained public attention, scrutiny fell on the people conducting the investigation. And what emerged from that scrutiny was deeply troubling, regardless of which version of events you believed. The lead investigator on the case was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. On the surface, he seemed like a competent officer with years of experience. But as the case progressed, text messages from Proctor's phone were uncovered and released to the defence as part of discovery. What those texts revealed was shocking. Proctor had sent numerous messages to friends and fellow officers about Karen Reed, and they were vicious. He mocked her appearance, made crude sexual comments, and expressed frustration with the case. In one particularly damaging exchange, he wrote about the difficulties in proving the prosecution's theory. "We won't be able to prove she hit him with her car. All the powers that be want answers ASEEP. Zero chance she skates." Read that again. The lead investigator, early in the investigation, was already expressing doubt about whether they could prove their own theory, while simultaneously stating that pressure from superiors meant Karen couldn't be allowed to avoid charges. That's not how justice is supposed to work. Investigations are meant to follow the evidence wherever it leads, not to start with a conclusion and work backward to justify it. The texts got worse. Proctor discussed wanting to use his badge to gain access to Karen's private medical records. He joked about inappropriate searches of her personal information. The pattern was clear. This wasn't an objective investigation. This was a personal crusade. On March 19, 2025, Michael Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police. The official reason was the derogatory texts about Karen Reed and alleged mishandling of evidence. By that point, the damage to the prosecution's case was irreversible in the court of public opinion, even if the legal proceedings continued. But Proctor wasn't the only investigator whose conduct raised questions. The defence pointed out numerous unusual aspects of the evidence collection and preservation. Karen's vehicle was towed to a police facility, but instead of being secured in a locked bay as would be standard for such crucial evidence, it was left in an area accessible to multiple officers. Her cell phone from the night of the incident was taken by investigators, but then mysteriously went missing for a period of time before being found again. Chain of custody documentation, which should meticulously track evidence from collection to courtroom, had gaps and inconsistencies. Perhaps most troubling were the connections between the investigators and the potential suspects in the defence's alternative theory. Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview Road, was a former Boston police officer. His brother was an active officer. His wife's sister, Jennifer McCabe, was also at the house that night, and her phone was the one associated with the How Long to Die in Cold search. Another guest at the house was Brian Higgins, an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. These weren't random civilians. These were people embedded in the law enforcement community, people with relationships and connections to the very officers investigating the case. In a normal investigation, those connections would be disclosed and managed to prevent conflicts of interest. Officers with personal relationships to potential witnesses or suspects would recuse themselves. Independent oversight would be brought in. None of that happened here, at least not initially. Instead, the investigation proceeded with investigators who had professional and personal ties to the very people the defence was accusing of murder and conspiracy. The federal investigation. As the case gained national attention and the allegations of misconduct piled up, federal authorities took notice. In early 2025, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division launched an investigation into the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the handling of the Karen Read case. For those who believed in the Canton cover-up theory, this federal investigation was vindication. Finally, they thought, an outside agency with no local connections would uncover the truth. The corruption would be exposed, the real killers would be brought to justice, and Karen Read would be exonerated. But in March 2025, the federal investigation closed without bringing any charges. No indictments were issued against Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, or anyone else accused in the defence's theory. No charges were brought against Michael Proctor or other investigators for evidence tampering or conspiracy. The investigation simply ended, with federal authorities offering little public explanation for their decision. For the prosecution, this was proof that the conspiracy theory was exactly that. A theory unsupported by evidence robust enough to bring charges. They argued that federal investigators had reviewed all the same evidence the defense pointed to and concluded it didn't support criminal charges against anyone except Karen Read herself. For the defense and their supporters, the closure of the federal investigation without charges only deepened their conviction that the cover-up extended further than they had imagined. They argued that law enforcement agencies protect their own, that the blue wall of silence extended from local police departments to federal agencies. The lack of charges, in their view, wasn't evidence of innocence, but evidence of how deep the corruption ran. The truth, as is often the case, likely lies somewhere more complicated than either narrative suggests. Federal investigations close without charges for many reasons. Sometimes it's because no crimes occurred. Sometimes it's because proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt is impossible, even if investigators suspect wrongdoing. Sometimes it's because the crimes, if they occurred, fall outside federal jurisdiction or don't meet the specific criteria for federal charges. We may never know exactly why the federal investigation closed without action, but its closure didn't end the debate. If anything, it intensified it. The trials. The legal process in the Karen Read case was as dramatic and contentious as the investigation that preceded it. The first trial began on April 16th, 2024, more than 2 years after John O'Keefe's death. The prosecution presented their case: the cracked taillight, the plastic fragments, Karen's elevated blood alcohol level, and testimony from witnesses who described her as distraught and making incriminating statements in the hours after John's body was found. The defense countered with their conspiracy theory, now refined and supported by expert testimony. They brought in accident reconstruction specialists who testified that the injuries to John's body were inconsistent with being struck by a vehicle. They presented the Google search evidence, the text messages from Michael Proctor, and testimony about the connections between investigators and the Albert household. They argued that reasonable doubt wasn't just present in this case, it was overwhelming. For weeks, the jury heard testimony. They saw photographs of John's body, of the crime scene, of Karen's vehicle. They listened to expert witnesses from both sides contradict each other on crucial points. They heard Karen's own voice in recordings from that morning, heard her distress, heard her confusion. On July 1st, 2024, after days of deliberation, the jury announced they were hopelessly deadlocked. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on any of the charges. The judge declared a mistrial. Karen Read would not be convicted, but she would not be exonerated either. Instead, she would face a second trial. The retrial began on April 1st, 2025. By this point, the case had become a media sensation. Supporters of Karen Read gathered outside the courthouse daily, holding signs proclaiming her innocence and demanding justice for what they saw as a law enforcement conspiracy. The trial was live-streamed, with thousands watching the proceedings in real time and dissecting every moment on social media. This time, the jury reached a verdict. On the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter, they found Karen Read not guilty. They also acquitted her of leaving the scene of an accident. But on one charge, operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, they found her guilty. The judge sentenced her to 1 year of probation. The split verdict satisfied no one completely. The prosecution argued it proved Karen was impaired and operating her vehicle recklessly that night, even if the jury couldn't conclude she had deliberately or accidentally killed John O'Keefe. The defence and Karen's supporters argued the not guilty verdicts on the most serious charges vindicated their theory that she had been framed, and the single guilty verdict was a compromise by jurors who felt pressure to convict on something after such a lengthy and expensive trial. Karen Read walked out of the courthouse on probation, legally neither fully guilty nor fully innocent in the death of the man she loved. The unanswered questions, even after 2 trials, after thousands of hours of investigation, after millions of words written and spoken about this case, fundamental questions remain unanswered. Did John O'Keefe ever go inside 34 Fairview Road that night? There is no surveillance footage from inside the house showing his arrival. Every person who was in that house that night claims they did not personally see him enter. Yet the defence argues he must have been inside based on his injuries and the circumstances of his death. Without video evidence or a witness willing to break ranks and tell a different story, this question remains open. What caused John's injuries? The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded his injuries were consistent with being struck by a vehicle and exposure to the cold. But defence experts examined the same body, the same photographs, the same medical data, and concluded his injuries were consistent with a beating, including wounds they argued came from a dog attack based on the pattern of marks on his arm. 2 sets of experts, 2 completely different conclusions. Both can't be right, but how is a jury, or the public, supposed to determine which experts to believe? When exactly did John die? The timeline is crucial to both theories. The prosecution needs him to have been struck by Karen's vehicle and left outside to die in the early morning hours. The defence needs him to have been alive inside the house long enough for the conspiracy to unfold and for that Google search about hypothermia timing to make sense. Phone records show John's phone locked and stopped recording activity at a specific time, but does that mean he died then? Or just that his phone died or was damaged? Who made that Google search? The search for how long to die in cold came from a phone associated with Jennifer McCabe, who was at the Albert House that night. When questioned about it, she denied making the search and suggested it must have been a mistake or an artifact of some technical glitch. Forensic analysts confirmed the search was real and occurred at the timestamp indicated. So who made it and why? Was evidence tampered with? The defence presented testimony suggesting Karen's taillight was damaged further during the investigation to make it more consistent with the prosecution's theory. They pointed to inconsistencies in photographs taken at different times. The prosecution argued any apparent differences were due to lighting, camera angles, or the natural process of collecting and examining fragile evidence. Without a video recording of every moment the vehicle was in custody, proving tampering definitively is nearly impossible, but the suggestion alone casts doubt on the evidence's reliability. Why did Michael Proctor send those texts? Even people who believe in Karen's guilt struggle to defend Proctor's conduct. His messages were inappropriate by any standard, and his admission that they struggled to prove their own theory, while feeling pressure to secure a conviction, is deeply troubling. Was he just a crude, unprofessional investigator who nonetheless pursued a legitimate case, or were his texts evidence of a predetermined conclusion he was trying to justify after the fact? The broader context. The Karen Red case didn't happen in a vacuum. As the case gained national attention, investigative journalists began examining the broader context of law enforcement in Norfolk County and the Canton area. What they found added fuel to the fire of conspiracy theories. In 2021, a woman named Sandra Birchmore died in Canton. The official ruling was suicide, but her family and advocates raised questions about that conclusion. Sandra had been involved with police officers from the Stoughton Police Department, and there were allegations of inappropriate relationships and potential abuse. When her death was initially investigated, some of the same networks of law enforcement officers that would later be connected to the Karen Read case were involved in that investigation as well. The parallels were impossible to ignore for those inclined to see a pattern. Here was another suspicious death in the same county, another investigation involving interconnected law enforcement, personnel, another family left with unanswered questions and suspicions of a cover-up. The Birchmore case eventually led to federal charges against one of the officers involved, Matthew Farwell, but only after years of advocacy by Sandra's family and outside journalists. The fact that it took so long for action to be taken, and that local investigators had initially closed the case, seemed to validate concerns about how law enforcement handled investigations of their own. These connections matter because they shape how people view the Karen Read case. If this were an isolated incident, if there were no other examples of questionable investigations or suspicious deaths in the area, it would be easier to dismiss the conspiracy theory as paranoid fantasy. But when you can point to other cases, other examples of investigations that seem flawed or compromised, the conspiracy theory becomes more plausible. Pattern recognition is a powerful cognitive tool, even when the patterns might be coincidental. The public divide. Perhaps no aspect of the Karen Red case is more striking than how it has split public opinion. This isn't a case where most people believe one narrative with a small minority dissenting. Instead, it's a case where large numbers of passionate, informed people have reached completely opposite conclusions about what happened. On one side are those who believe Karen Read is a victim of a massive law enforcement conspiracy. They attend her court hearings, they organise rallies and fundraisers, they maintain social media accounts dedicated to exposing what they call the Canton cover-up. They see the suspicious Google search, the biased investigator, the connections between officers and witnesses, and they conclude that the only logical explanation is that John O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview Road, and Karen was framed. For them, her conviction on the impaired driving charge is a miscarriage of justice, a compromise verdict by a jury that couldn't bring itself to fully acquit her, despite the overwhelming evidence of reasonable doubt. On the other side are those who believe the prosecution's core theory. They see a tragic case of drunk driving, a woman who made a terrible mistake and then compounded it by refusing to take responsibility. They look at the physical evidence, the cracked tail light, the plastic fragments at the scene, and they see a straightforward explanation. For them, the conspiracy theory is a desperate defense strategy, a Hail Mary attempt to create reasonable doubt by throwing out wild accusations. They point to the federal investigation's closure without charges as proof that outside investigators found no merit to the cover-up claims. They argue that Karen's acquittal on murder charges doesn't prove she's innocent, just that the prosecution couldn't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a high bar in any case. Between these two camps are people who genuinely aren't sure what to believe. They see troubling elements on both sides. They think Karen might have been involved in John's death, while also believing the investigation was compromised and potentially corrupt. They can imagine scenarios where John went inside the house, but then came back outside where Karen accidentally struck him. They wonder if the truth is some combination of both narratives that neither side is willing to acknowledge. This divide isn't just about the facts of the case, it's about deeper questions of trust. Do you trust law enforcement to investigate itself? Do you believe officers will tell the truth even when it implicates their colleagues and friends? Do you think the justice system works? Or do you think it's rigged in favour of those with power and connections? For many people, the Karen Red case became a referendum on those questions, rather than just a determination of what happened on one snowy night in January. If you already distrusted police, if you already believed the system was corrupt, then the Canton cover-up theory made perfect sense. If you believed in the integrity of law enforcement and the justice system, then Karen's conviction, even the limited one, seemed appropriate. The aftermath. As of now, the legal proceedings continue in different forms. A civil wrongful death lawsuit was filed on August 23, 2024, by John O'Keefe's family against Karen Reed and 2 Canton bars that served alcohol that night. The lawsuit is currently stayed pending appeals, but it represents another legal front in a case that seems to have no end point. Karen Red herself remains a controversial figure. To her supporters, she's a folk hero, a whistleblower who exposed corruption at the highest levels of Massachusetts law enforcement. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her defense, attended every court hearing, and vowed to continue fighting for what they call justice. To her critics, she's a killer who got away with murder through a clever legal strategy and public manipulation. They see her supporters as gullible, taken in by conspiracy theories and anti-police sentiment. The people at 34 Fairview Road that night have largely retreated from public view. Brian Albert sold the house and moved away. Jennifer McCabe has faced harassment and death threats from Karen Red supporters who believe she's part of the conspiracy. Brian Higgins has maintained his silence throughout. These are people who, regardless of what happened that night, have had their lives completely upended by their connection to this case. John O'Keefe's family remains caught in the middle. They lost a beloved son, brother and uncle in a tragic death. They want answers, they want justice, but the competing narratives have made it nearly impossible to get either. Some family members have publicly supported the prosecution's case and expressed anger at what they see as Karen's efforts to defame John and deflect blame. Others have remained quiet, perhaps unsure what to believe or simply exhausted by the years of legal battles. The truth in the snow, so what really happened on that night in January 2022? After all the trials, all the evidence, all the testimony, can we say with certainty? The honest answer is no, not with complete certainty. That's the frustrating reality of many criminal cases. The truth exists somewhere in the past, but our ability to reconstruct it is imperfect. We have fragments, security footage, phone records, text messages, physical evidence, witness statements. We try to assemble those fragments into a coherent picture, but the fragments don't always fit together neatly, and different people can arrange them into very different pictures. What we can say is this: John O'Keefe died in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. His death was tragic and preventable. Whether Karen Red caused his death through impaired driving, whether people inside that house caused his death through violence, or whether the truth involves some combination of factors we haven't fully understood, John deserved better than to die alone in the cold. We can also say that the investigation into his death was deeply flawed. Even if you believe the prosecution's theory, even if you think Karen Red is guilty, the conduct of lead investigator Michael Proctor was inexcusable. His biased texts, his expression of doubt about the case combined with determination to secure a conviction, his admitted mishandling of evidence, all of that compromised the investigation. A case this serious deserved better. John's family deserved better. Karen Reed, whether guilty or innocent, deserved an investigation conducted with integrity. We can say that the connections between investigators and potential witnesses raised legitimate questions about conflicts of interest and whether the investigation was truly independent. In any case, but especially one involving law enforcement officers and their families, extra care should be taken to ensure investigators have no personal stakes in the outcome. That didn't happen here, and the failure to maintain proper boundaries opened the door for conspiracy theories that might have been easily dismissed if the investigation had been handled properly from the start. We can say that the justice system, for all its flaws, worked to some degree. Karen Reid had her day in court, actually multiple days across 2 trials. She had competent legal representation, evidence was examined, witnesses were cross-examined, and juries made their determinations. The fact that the verdicts didn't fully satisfy anyone doesn't mean the system failed. Sometimes justice is messy and incomplete, because the truth itself is messy and incomplete. What we can't say is exactly what happened in those crucial hours. We can't say with certainty whether Karen struck John with her vehicle, or whether he was assaulted inside the house. We can't prove who made that Google search or why. We can't definitively state whether evidence was tampered with, or whether apparent inconsistencies have innocent explanations. These uncertainties will likely never be fully resolved, and people will continue to debate them for years to come. The Watchman. Question. The closing question posed in the outline is perhaps the most important one. When law enforcement investigates itself, who watches the Watchman? This is not a new question. It's been asked throughout history whenever those in power are accused of misconduct. The answer has always been complicated and unsatisfying. We want to believe in oversight mechanisms, in internal affairs divisions, in civilian review boards, in federal investigations. We want to believe that bad actors will be caught and punished, that the system will self-correct. But the Karen Reid case exposes the weaknesses in those mechanisms. Michael Proctor conducted a biased investigation for more than a year before his texts were discovered. The connections between investigators and the Albert household weren't flagged early and addressed. The federal investigation closed without charges despite what many saw as clear evidence of at least misconduct, if not criminal conspiracy. At every level, the oversight that should have caught problems either failed or never materialized. This doesn't necessarily mean there was a massive conspiracy. Oversight mechanisms fail for many reasons. Sometimes it's incompetence rather than corruption. Sometimes it's institutional culture that discourages questioning fellow officers. Sometimes it's just the difficulty of investigating complex cases with limited resources and imperfect information. But the failure of oversight, whatever its cause, has consequences. It erodes public trust. It makes people more susceptible to conspiracy theories. It makes every future case more difficult because witnesses and jurors and the public bring their suspicions and doubts with them. The Karen Reid case should prompt serious conversations about how law enforcement investigations are conducted, especially when the investigators have personal or professional connections to the people involved. It should lead to reforms in how evidence is collected, preserved and tracked. It should result in clearer protocols for identifying and managing conflicts of interest. It should spark discussions about independent oversight and accountability. Whether those conversations will happen, whether those reforms will be implemented, remains to be seen. History suggests that real change is difficult and rare. But if John O'Keefe's death can lead to improvements that prevent future miscarriages of justice, whether those future cases involve wrongful convictions or failures to convict the guilty, then something meaningful will have come from this tragedy. The snow remembers. Snow has a quality of preservation. It covers, it conceals, but it also freezes moments in time. When spring comes and the snow melts, what was hidden is revealed. The Karen Reid case is like that snow. It covered over questions and contradictions, at least initially. The first narrative, the simple story of a drunk driving accident, seemed to wrap everything up neatly, to freeze the story in a comprehensible form. But as time passed, as the snow metaphorically melted under scrutiny, what was revealed was far more complex and troubling. The simple story gave way to competing narratives, to unanswered questions, to suggestions of conspiracy and corruption. Some of what was revealed might be truth, some might be paranoia, and some might be something in between. What we're left with is not closure but continued uncertainty. Karen Reid is not in prison for murder, but she is not fully exonerated either. John O'Keefe's death is officially resolved in the legal system, But the questions about what really happened remain open in the court of public opinion. The people accused in the conspiracy theory have not been charged, but their names are permanently associated with these allegations. Perhaps that uncertainty is the most honest outcome. Perhaps it reflects the reality that in some cases we simply cannot know the complete truth with certainty. We can have suspicions, we can have beliefs, we can even have legal verdicts, but absolute certainty eludes us. What we can do is learn from the failures exposed by this case. We can demand better investigations, better oversight, better accountability. We can ask harder questions when law enforcement investigates its own. We can be skeptical of both official narratives and conspiracy theories, recognizing that the truth is often more complicated than either extreme suggests. And we can remember John O'Keefe not just as a figure in a controversial case, but as a person. A 16-year veteran officer who dedicated his life to public service. An uncle who stepped up to raise his sister's children when she could no longer care for them. A man who, whatever the circumstances of his death, deserved better than to die alone in the snow, while those who might have helped him either couldn't or wouldn't. The snow that fell on January 29th, 2022 has long since melted. The seasons have changed, the years have passed, but the questions raised that night remain, frozen in the public consciousness, waiting for answers that may never fully come. That's the real tragedy of the Karen Red case. Not just that a man died, though that is tragic enough, but that we may never know with certainty why he died, who is responsible, or whether justice was truly served. When the next snow falls in Canton, Massachusetts, some people will think of that night. They'll think of John O'Keefe, of Karen Reed, of 34 Fairview Road. They'll think of the questions that still hang in the air like snowflakes that never quite settle to the ground. And they'll wonder, as we all wonder, whether the truth is buried somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, or whether it melted away that morning and can never be recovered. The silence of that snow-covered night keeps its secret still, and in that silence we hear the echo of every unanswered question, every unresolved doubt, every failure of the system we trust to deliver justice. The case of Karen Reed and the death of John O'Keefe is closed in the legal sense, but in every other way that matters, it remains open, a wound that has not healed, a mystery that has not been solved, a story that has not yet found its ending. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps some stories don't get neat endings. Perhaps the only certainty is the snow falling and melting, covering and revealing freezing moments in time, but never quite preserving them completely. And perhaps that's the most honest conclusion we can reach, that we know what happened that night only in fragments, in pieces, in competing versions that can never be fully reconciled. The snow remembers, but it doesn't tell, and so we're left with our questions, our theories, our suspicions and our doubts. We're left with a case that became a symbol, a trial that became a cultural moment, a death that became a debate about trust and truth and justice in America. We're left with the uncomfortable reality that sometimes the system we rely on to find answers fails to deliver them. And we're left with the memory of a man who died in the snow, and the woman accused of killing him, and the shadow of doubt that hangs over everything that came after. That shadow is the legacy of this case, not resolution, but uncertainty, not closure, but continued questions, not justice clearly served, but justice debated and disputed and doubted. In the end, that might be the most troubling outcome of all, because if we can't trust the system to find the truth, in a case this scrutinized, this examined, this thoroughly investigated, then when can we trust it? And if we can't answer that question, then the shadow grows longer, the doubt spreads wider, and the next case becomes that much harder to resolve. The snow-cold silence that gave this case its name isn't just about the quiet of that winter night. It's about the silence of unanswered questions, the silence of evidence that doesn't speak clearly, the silence of witnesses who won't or can't tell the complete truth. the silence of investigators who failed in their duty, the silence of a system that couldn't deliver the certainty we expect from justice. And in that silence, John O'Keefe rests, his truth known only to himself and perhaps to those who were there that night. The rest of us are left to wonder, to debate, to take sides in a controversy that may never be fully resolved. That's the real story of the Karen Read case. Not a story with a beginning, middle and clear end, but a story that continues to unfold, to evolve, to challenge our assumptions about truth and justice and the institutions we trust to deliver both. The documentary ends, but the case does not. The questions remain, the silence persists, and somewhere in that silence, buried beneath layers of evidence and testimony and competing narratives, lies the truth. Whether we'll ever uncover it completely is a question that only time, and perhaps new evidence or confessions, can answer. Until then, we're left with what we have. An unsettling case that exposed the fault lines in our justice system and left us all wondering whether we can truly know what happened when those sworn to protect us are the ones under suspicion. The snow has melted. The truth remains frozen,